All right, how's everybody doing? This is the Cheech and Manny
Cheech.
show every day from my kids to people at work. Oh, love it. Uh, and we have a great show today. We have Bob Dylan and the band, the Basement Tapes. So how's it going, my co-host Manny?
No, dude, life is good. I can't so good, and I'm on spring break right now, so life is even better.
Oh, that's great. Fantastic.
How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Hanging in there, doing
How's
really
your family?
doing good. Everyone's doing good. How about you? Everyone's all right?
Same. Perfect. And it's Easter, so this weekend. So happy Easter. I mean, I know this episode will probably be released after, but happy Easter, everybody, and you, Cheech.
Thank you. Same to you, Manny. Happy Easter. Um, and there might be one or two religious songs I picked.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Uh,
Bob Dylan is interesting in terms of his religiosity, so I think that's something that we discovered on
yeah.
our show.
Oh, yeah. And it leads into Jesus Christ Superstar. Like that.
It's the influence is insane. No, and that's so insane and coincidental on so many levels. But
Yeah, it's nuts how that works out.
yeah,
But I got to say, like the Basement Tapes, this might be one of the hardest episodes I had to write because I was like, God, where do I start?
I know it's funny. That's why I was telling you I don't know if I want to do this because first it's a mixtape. Second, it's gargantuan. Not that it's not like gargantuan like a Rush 2112 way, but there is too much, and the story behind it,
and the story behind it is amazing.
it's shrouded in mystery.
It's mysterious. It's almost like a secret album. Like
Yeah.
it's like I'm trying to think of that Johnny Depp movie where he has there's that special book that was made. Only 4 of them were made, and
Oh, right. I know what you're talking about.
almost like that. God, I forget the name of that movie, but it's almost like that. You know what I mean? Like it's a special It's almost mystical. This
Yeah.
album.
Even the album cover is mystical. I see it as a concept album because the concept is the formation of the band. It's strange.
Most definitely, yeah. Dylan and I use the word he groomed the band.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what they are, and
100%.
He gave them that sound and everything, and the camaraderie that they had. But he couldn't be in the band because he was Bob Dylan, and the band was the band. So that's like saying, having some great artist sing with Led Zeppelin. It's like, it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? Saying
No.
Ozzy was like writing songs with Led Zeppelin and singing as well. Wouldn't work, and that's why with the band, in Bob Dylan. But when they did this, well, they did a lot of albums together too. They did I think they did 3.
Dude, they did a double from I'm familiar with. They first of all they played on a lot of Dylan records, like Planet Waves, I think it's called. They did a double live album because they did a tour, and famously, Dylan is on the last waltz.
Yes.
So famously he sings, and I always was wondering before I was knowledgeable about music, on the last waltz, and you've probably seen the movie and listened to the soundtrack. Amazing, and I discovered the band through the last waltz. And then I saw Bob Dylan. Before I really knew him, I was like, why did they include... And it's funny, they had Joni Mitchell, Neil Young too, which is crazy. But I was like, Bob Dylan. And then his numbers were interesting too, but they weren't songs that I was familiar with at the time. I figured maybe Blowing in the Wind or whatever. But no. So I'm like, huh. But the band is rocking with them. And then our show, we kind of delve into the history of the Bob Dylan and the band's relationship. Yeah. And now, I'll be honest with you, it's shrouded in mystery. It's inseparable. I mean, we talked about our Blonde on Blonde episodes where some sessions, and they were called the Hawks before, but some sessions
give the reason why they were called. I have so much. I
can't wait.
Did you see the documentary? It was great.
I saw it's really amazing. It's funny. I pop it in Google, and that's what first appeared. So I think it's a famous documentary.
Yeah, anyone who wants to learn more about the Basement Tapes is a great.
I'll post a link on the episode.
Yeah, really good. You know, I didn't go into like what came out in 1975. We could just
Yeah.
two great physical graffiti, fly by night. That's all you need to know.
Gosh, that's the only albums you need.
Not that we're listening to Zeppelin and Rush might have been interested in the basement tapes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe open-minded people like us, but I think the band and Zeppelin's fans and Rush's fans were on two different levels. They weren't
Mhm.
they weren't going to intertwine too much in the 70s. Maybe they would. I don't know. I could be wrong.
But it's crazy too because in 1975, first of all, the rise of prog rock, like I think that's one of the heights,
Oh yeah,
and then hard rock, right? So again, when you talked about Led Zeppelin, this album is a weird. Like I'm surprised. I think it definitely sold well, but in terms of what was out there, it's just because it's like blues, country,
yeah,
folky. There's a little like weird Americana folkiness to it.
yeah. Always Americana with the band. What do they call it? Alt country,
Something like that, yeah.
alternative country, which is interesting.
Old country, and it's not country as in like because
No,
we know country, the
yeah.
country genre, but and it's crazy. Johnny Cash is kind of responsible for that old country, and then we kind of discovered Bob Dylan, another one,
Oh yeah.
and Neil Young after Neil Young for sure, Canadian, which is weird, but and the band's Canadian too.
We got to talk about that. Before Rush, there was the band.
It was the band.
Before Neil Young, there was the band.
Yep, yep,
They go back to 57.
yeah. Now, and mind you, I have this in my brain because of the last waltz. Ronnie Hawkins.
Yep,
He
that's
scored with Ronnie Hawkins,
that's
and
it.
I know he did a little blur before. He has one of the best numbers on that album,
Mhm.
and the video and just the footage is iconic. But I was like, man, this band rocks. What's
Oh,
the band's name? The band.
yeah, and that's the play on the words. The band, that's amazing.
And they are the band. I mean, just the fact that they play with Bob Dylan. I mean, imagine if Bob. Remember we talked about Bob Dylan never had a band.
Yeah,
Like it was always session players.
yeah.
Imagine if this was his band, and I
This,
could see that.
yeah, this is his band. And then we're going to talk a little bit about why John Wesley Harding came out
Hmm.
and this didn't come out. I don't think people could have handled it in '67. Was it '67 when John Wesley Harding came out? Or
Something like that, because that was Hendrix, and
Yeah,
along
yeah,
that.
yeah. All right, so we'll jump right into it. Any shout outs? Always a shout out to Potter's Field. Belated birthday to Zoe, my daughter.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Uh, trying to think. I think that's about it. And soon we'll get Joe back on here to do the
Mm.
presents.
The Mr. Joe special.
Yeah, and check out our Jesus Christ Superstar, which I thought was amazing.
Did you see the whole thing?
Yeah, one of our
I'm kind of curious, like what Joe thinks of it, because he's familiar. He has to be familiar with like the musical and the movie, and
mom loved it. We watched it together,
oh,
and brought back a lot of memories of me, listening to that in my living room, on the radio and on the album and stuff. So, and but definitely very, very cool stuff. Jesus Christ Superstar and John Wesley Harding is a great episode for more Dylan fans to check out.
Yeah, that one I'm glad you convinced me, because at one point I was gonna say like that was sadly the album I skipped, but
Yeah.
going back to it, I'm like, no, it's a masterpiece, and just the fact that Dylan does these weird turns, like he's so, he goes from making one of the greatest double live albums, rock, and then you're starting it back into folk, but very dusty folk. I call it dusty folk.
Yeah, and a
So
lot of people, they know about this. Like I was talking to somebody about at the temple about Quinn the Eskimo, and this dude, hippie kind of customer, was like, "Oh yeah, were you talking about Quinn the Eskimo?" I'm like, my eyes lit up. I said, "You ever hear the Basement Tapes?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I love the Basement Tapes." I was telling him about the podcast and started to talk about it. So cool stuff.
And then, shout outs. So I like 3 quick. Shout out to Potter's Field and this podcast, the People's Podcast. We're for the people. That's why trying to make the people access this great music like you guys do with like rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to also some students who are loving the podcast. Like I have one little he'll remain anonymous, but he tunes in and so proud of him because he I see that he's admiring and like getting inspired, which I love. His name starts with a T, but shout out to him. And finally,
Write a report about the podcast.
and you know what's funny? He helped us in a way because he kind of blew up our channel in the best way.
Yeah.
Because and that was our goal to make young people like get excited, even if they don't understand what we're talking about. It's just talk about music, and then maybe he'll go down a path like discovering rock music. Like wow, like I want to now listen to like Rush or like or Led Zeppelin or whatever. But that was always the goal, and I'm happy that little people like him are like whoa, like
the goal is for the younger kids to get into the older music, which is
that's our goal.
I think the best music out there, in my opinion. There's a lot of good new music out there, but Bob Dylan, it doesn't get better than that. Zeppelin
It really doesn't.
So hopefully the young kids will get into it and stuff. So yeah, we'll jump into this. The basement tapes. Okay, I have a different setup today. So basement tapes. 16th album by Bob Dylan with the band. 1975, recorded in 67. Now, some of the tracks belong to the acid tape bootlegs. We won't go why they're called that. We'll keep it J. Roots rock, Americana, alt country. I kind of really like that title.
Me too.
So Dylan toured with the Hawks, hence the band. 1965-66. Everybody knows the famous Judas concert in Royal Albert Hall. I think that was.
Yep. Either that or I'm pretty sure it's that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it's that.
Yeah. Well, it was in England. Definitely.
It was in England.
And they did a lot of tours together. After that, he was burned out. He went home to Woodstock to relax. He did not want to tour anymore. And he didn't tour. He stayed out of the scene for a while, and he got into a bad motorcycle accident,
Yeah.
Which we talked about.
We did.
A few of the episodes.
He did the Beatles where he stopped touring and he wouldn't tour. Yeah. He made a few appearances here and there. Like, remember I showed you that video with George Harrison? So that was the concert for Bangladesh. So he made a little, and that was a big deal because he was not seen on stage for the longest time.
Yeah. That's a great show. Yeah.
They played it Not For You. Isn't there a duet so cute and great?
It is. I remember
chemistry.
Osman about that, the Bangladesh tour, that show. Yeah.
Did you tell him?
He heard of it, he said. I think he said he heard about it. Yeah, he's
young. He knows Ravi Shankar. Like,
yeah, maybe I gotta ask him.
I forgot because he's from Bangladesh.
So he started to write music, and he wanted to do a documentary. I sent you the documentary too because my cousin.
Fantastic.
Shout out to my cousin on that because he knows a lot of that stuff, and he brought that up to my attention.
Oh, that's amazing.
So, he wanted to do a documentary. He moved up to Woodstock. He was out of the public eye for a while. So then he asked the band to come down to his house. Now, his house was called the...
Now, wait, Cheech, were they called the band or were they still called the Hawks?
They're the Hawks. They're the Hawks at this point.
Right.
I don't know when they officially... They might... In 67... Big Pink came out when?
I'll tell you right now. So Big Pink, which is one of my... They had a...
I'm going to research that.
I think... Well, it's not... No, it's all good because that's a different album. Like, that's...
Yeah.
It's one of the best release. So 1968 on Capitol Records.
Okay, so they're still the Hawks. They're still the Hawks here, I think. I wonder why... I wonder who came up with the name, the band. Probably Dylan.
That's what I... Yeah, that's why... That sounds like a Dylan move.
Yeah. So he gets the Hawks. He's out of the public eye for a while. They start to record in the Red House, which was Dylan's house, but for some reason they moved to the Big Pink, and they moved into the basement. Amazing how they recorded this album. So they started to record with the band of the Hawks. They recorded 100 tracks. I don't think I played 100 songs in my life. And maybe I'm sure I did.
Dude,
I'm sure I did. But
that's
like
amazing.
I know I didn't write 100 songs in my life. You know, I mean, I don't. I'm trying to think like if you break down Zeppelin, 10 years career, is that 100? That's not even 100. That's not 100 songs.
No, I think the only other, I know there are bands out there. Yeah, no, you're
What about
musicians.
Rush? I think Rush has got to be up there with 100 songs.
Maybe. I know the Beatles probably would be up
Most
there
yeah,
with
Rush.
like,
Yeah, if you span 70s, 80s, 90s,
right,
Rush is probably at 100 songs.
right.
Um, but that's a lot of shit. That's a lot of
That's a lot.
um, and how do you like write them and are satisfied with them? It's like So the songs were original songs, commentary songs, traditional material, some covers. He moved. No, this is from a Dylan um, ologist.
Okay.
Moves away from urban sensibility and extended narratives
Mm-hmm.
that characterized him in most of his recent albums. Highway
Yep.
61 Revisited, Blonde on Blonde.
Yep.
And he wrote more traditional
Yeah.
Americana music.
And and let me comment like just like quick thing on that. That's a good observation but going from bringing it all back home, Highway 61 Visited, and Blonde on Blonde, yeah, there's something like urban about it. Like it's very, very very rock heavy.
Oh yeah,
Electrical instrumentation is there, but then I said with John Wesley Harding, you heard I call it like dusty folk. Like it goes
yeah,
back to sort of roots, and he goes even more in the kind of like West tradition in John Wesley Harding. We kind of discovered who John Wesley Harding was.
yeah, yeah.
He was sort of like a weird outlaw from the West. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then this Basement Tapes is just it's Americana, it's folky, it's like rusty.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like music that you would sing like in the train or something or
definitely, definitely. Um, some of the Basement Tapes are humorous, and other dwell on nothingness. Another, you know, the Basement Tapes were critically acclaimed upon release. They went to number 7 on the Billboard charts. Critics wondered why he waited to put it out. Dylan at this time was working on a film called Eat the Document. Now that's the one that I sent you. And that's very
Mhm.
John Lennon's in it and stuff. So anyone out
Mhm.
there, the Dylan head, check it out. Uh, when they started to record with Dylan, um, they recorded in his house. Then they moved to Big Pink. Uh, the band had a basement, and the sessions were marked as a creative and camaraderie between Dylan and the band. So they started to really gel. The Basement Tapes have become highly influential in the music industry. Some say Columbia delayed the release of the album, but some say Dylan waited to release the Basement Tapes due to the label's persistent pressure on him, and he wanted perfectionism. So that's why I think we always wondered why he waited so long, and
Right.
why it didn't come out when we thought it was going to come out. Um, the sessions were informal and didn't want to capitalize on that. He wanted to keep it raw. Now,
Mm.
some Dylanologists say there are two sets of themes. If you break it up 50-50 out of 100 songs, this guy must have really listened to them. The search for salvation, death versus life, sight
Mhm.
versus sound, you know, isolation versus people. The second group is joy, signals some form of deliverance.
Mm.
So why did he choose John Wesley Harding over the Basement Tapes? So what do you think on that?
Oh, that's such a great question. Yeah, because John Wesley. Okay, so you said that theme with the Dylanologist about I don't know if you can repeat it. What
Um,
was it? The quest for salvation.
uh,
That was great because that and one of my theories is this. And then
oh yeah, want me to reread it?
yes,
Some Dylanologists say there are sets of themes: search for salvation, death,
search for salvation.
life, silence versus sound, isolation versus people, and then the
Yeah.
joy that signals from some form of deliverance.
So okay, so the joy from deliverance is Nashville skyline, like that's there, and
Yeah,
then John Wesley Harding is that search for salvation because the songs are kind of I wouldn't say bleak, but like Dylan has always been sort of like cynical, like for example, Blonde on Blonde, when you compare it to Tangled and Blue, are different. I'm sorry, Blood on the Tracks.
yeah,
Blood on the Tracks is about the dissolution of love and like meditation of love lost and divorce, while Blonde on Blonde is sort of like a young person trying to understand, the complexities of love. So it's kind of great, right? So
yeah,
John Wesley Harding was a weird turn where we discovered and I see why he probably chose John Wesley Harding because first the motorcycle accident. Some
mhm,
people thought that he faked it or something,
yeah.
or used
Was
it as an excuse to escape. And it's crazy because you would think, man, dude, you're Bob Dylan. You got money. You got talent. You're famous. You could have made more money. You could have collaborated with like Jimi Hendrix or whatever, or Eric Clapton or even the Beatles. And Bob Dylan kind of ruined that for himself.
yeah,
Um, and the influence you influence the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. Like, I don't get it. Why are you so unhappy?
yeah,
Like that's what. And again, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but he was on the search of something,
yeah.
salvation, peace. He got married to Sarah Lowndes,
Sounds
right?
right.
So it's around this time, and recovering from a string of relationships, and famously with Susie Rotolo, who was
Mhm.
an unrequited love, which he probably messed up if we believe the movie and
Yeah,
something that we heard.
it
But I
was.
feel,
They were young. I mean, think about how young they
yeah,
were.
no,
You know.
no, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why he chose, first of all, not to release the basement tapes was because he wanted to. Remember, I told you he like felt lonely, like he really had nobody. So
Yeah.
maybe he finally found camaraderie among the band and was like, you know what, guys, let's just play music.
Yeah.
Let's just I, listen, hit record. He probably was in the guys like we'll hit record, whatever, but we're
Mhm.
just playing because
It's
we love to play.
anti the establishment. It's anti
Right.
industry. It's like we're doing
Very anti.
like a high school garage band. We're having fun, and you ain't gonna stop us. And there's no deadlines.
And she's that
Yeah.
playing for fun with the
Oh,
band and just like they're
oh yeah. There's nothing in the greatest thing in the world is to play for fun, and that's when the best comes out when you have pressures and deadlines. When you just have a jam, that's when you play your best.
and the album sounds like a jam. Like
Yeah.
it literally sounds like a jam.
When you're preparing for a gig, that's when you're gonna like at rehearsal make lots of mistakes, because you're getting worried and you want to be perfect for the show. But when you just jam, or even when I played in some great bands like Funky Espresso and I'm trying to think of these.
Yeah.
Other,
Okay, Funky Espresso. I love that.
oh yeah, we were a great band, and we would just jam. We would just go into the key E, and I would just go into a bass line, and that's how we'd open the show. And then people would be like, "What was that first song? It was amazing." I'd be like, "Well, it's just a jam. I don't remember," you know. So that's when you play your best.
Yeah. But I think that's why Dylan chose this. He chose John Wesley Harding because he wanted to make a statement. I think he was a little lost and figured, you know what? I'm gonna choose songs that are about this. Like for example, All Along the Watchtower, like we've kind of discussed in Dead. There's a lot of hidden biblical themes,
Oh yeah,
like maybe way too much for its own good in terms of like what people usually think. And then just the fact that he names the album John Wesley Harding, who's a sort of I don't know if he's obscure, but he's like an outlaw, and you know,
well, he's not. It's funny. Me and Leslie had a conversation about uh, I basically used this on a customer that got me angry at the temple.
mm,
When he walked away, I was like, "I'll be your Huckleberry." He gave me time, and the great Val Kilmer, who passed away. So then me and Leslie got on a whole conversation about the westerns and stuff, and I brought up John Wesley Harding as being the most underground guy.
Mhm.
Like, not
Yeah.
if you're a western guy, you know who he is, but he's not. He's not Jesse James or Doc or Wild Bill, but
Right.
definitely a freaking lunatic as you analyzed him, that his mind. So John Wesley Harding over the basement tapes. The basement tapes were too raw, experimental with their style, and basically they were ahead of their time. So in 1967, it might have worked. There was a lot of craft works might have been coming out, but compared to Cream and uh, Hendrix and the Who, people would have been like, "What the hell is this?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and he also he wanted a more polished, rootsy, radio-friendly sound, which he got
Mhm.
from Wesley Harding. And he felt the basement tapes did not do well, would not do well in '67, and he was probably right. He was right about that.
Yeah. Well, you know what's there's an irony there because then he releases John Wesley Harding, which also you would think it wouldn't do well because of that, but that's the height of psychedelic rock. I mean,
But that had Watchtower on it.
yes, and
So,
Hendrix's famous cover on his
so there's a
Electric
lot of
Ladyland.
there's hits on there. You know what I mean? Like he knew we had some hits on there. On the basement tapes, I mean, there's definitely hits. Quinn the Eskimo. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, this
Like,
yeah, this I Shall Be Released, this Wheels on
they're,
Fire.
they're there. I don't know. It's debatable.
It's debatable. It's definitely debatable. It's definitely a different sound for sure, and
Yeah,
it's crazy because it's not country. Like there's some country flavoring in there, but it's not country. Like not Nas like and Dylan's crazy because he's singing. You know, it's funny. Like when I was listening to the mixtape, I hear Dylan experimenting with his voice. Like I hear it, so it's very raw. It's
yeah.
very out there. So yeah, like you said, it's very experimental. Who knows? Like if the crowd would have, especially in '67, if they would have accepted it, I'm not sure.
I
But
think the recording would have been too raw. And I'm going to talk about the recording because back then recording started to get better. You know,
mhm,
like when you hear like Eddie Kramer was doing the Hendrix stuff.
right,
The Who's recording were getting better. By the way, the Who, did you read on Facebook? They fired Zach Starkey.
yeah,
I mean,
that's crazy.
who knows? I've been in bands, and there's, I'm not. The old me would have. I'm thinking before I'm going like on a rampage, because I was like, Zach Starkey, father's Ringo, Keith Moon. Keith Moon taught the kid how to play drums. Keith Moon.
But no, it's like, hey, Pop, yo, these blokes fighting, man.
I think respectful by firing him 27 years later, or is the guy not playing well? Like they say, I doubt it. I mean, everyone has a reason why they get fired from a band, so maybe
Right.
stop. You're
It's
dealing
crazy though.
and
You
you're
fire the son of a famous drummer. I mean,
and they're not even dealing with they're dealing with grandfathers. These are
yes,
these are men 80 years old,
yeah.
78 to 80, right? And Townsend he's born
Yeah,
in
he's like,
he was born
yeah,
in 4, I think, or 45. So, I mean, in 25 years he'll be 100. So he's probably,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
He's not even dealing with grand. He's like, these are great grandfathers.
these are poor guys that have one foot in the grave. So Zach is
Yeah,
my age, maybe. You know,
yeah, yeah.
but
That's wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, and just before I forget, I had this thought with the basement tapes. That sound was on the band's debut, and it did well.
yeah,
So, and again, Dylan's very subversive. So it's crazy because then, yeah, again, we could only guess what was happening in Dylan's head. But after Nashville Skyline, he really, he goes on this string of okay albums, but they're all over the place in terms of sound and what he's trying to do. And then makes the return to form with Blood on the Tracks, which that album is a grown up Dylan. Like its sound is very, we talked about it. It's like really,
which
compared to 60s stuff.
Soon too. We just recorded that, I believe, a week ago. Blood on the Tracks.
Yes, that's gonna get released like very soon. But it's funny because on Music from the Big Pink, the band took that sound. So obviously they didn't listen to Dylan. They took that sound. And it did really well. And what's even crazier, remember that sound that you mentioned that Dylan thought they followed it up and it became even more kind of like rootsy and Americana with the band album, the brown one, 1969, the follow-up to Music from Big Pink. Yeah. So for the band, they followed this, I think, for the rest of their career. So I think the Basement Tapes is so important because this is the sound that Dylan thought wouldn't work, but the band took it and made it work.
Oh, definitely. Those are really good points. So here are about 4 important points that I just came up with. Important facts.
Yeah.
The Basement Tapes. Number 1, the influence on music. The sessions were informal, experimental. Experimental in nature. A blend of rock, folk, and country. Now, boys, and take notes because we're going to want to report on this. Number 2, it's a songwriter's legacy. The tapes feature classic songs that have become a part of music history. Literally, music history. That's one of the greatest pop songs ever written. I think, come on within, come on within. I mean, it's just genius. I mean, I like Manfred Mann's version better. I hate to say it.
Wait, what song is this, Cheech?
Quinn the Eskimo.
Oh, Quinn the Eskimo. Yeah, for sure.
That's that's the 60s. Like I grew up on that, like on AM Gold. Like my dad would be painting in the basement and that's cranking up through his little radio. And I'm like bopping my head to it as a 4-year-old, when it was already, at least 5 years old. And it's immortal. And the, and I'm going to get into the Peter, Paul and Mary song and the Birds, but
no, that's crazy. But it's funny, and I could be wrong, but that's not on the album, but it was part of the sessions, right?
Yeah. I don't know if Quinn the Eskimo was on the Basement Tapes that came out in 75.
Okay, so it was one of the the other, okay, like the bootlegs that was circulating.
Explain all that. There were bootlegs, and then in 91 they released it, and I looked on eBay for $500. You can get all 100 songs.
Wow, no way.
Yeah, or close to it, because some of them are missing. Like Robert Johnson has a couple songs that are missing. Imagine if someone found them and recorded them. Right. Supposedly, those were the rumors. Collaboration and partnership between Dylan and the band, number 3, showcases their music and their chemistry. Talk about chemistry. Yeah. I mean, these guys,
insane.
Like, and it was so good that they were two. It's kind of historic. There were 2 different bands, no pun. They could only work together for certain albums,
Yeah.
And I don't know why I'm thinking of this. Like Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, they have that great song together, "Stop Dragging My Heart Around."
Yes.
It's probably one of the greatest radio songs, I think, ever. Yeah. But if they did another album again, and another album, and another album, it wouldn't be special. Like,
right.
Who would have? I remember thinking, "Oh wow, Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks. This is genius."
Yeah.
Genius. That was. Like,
what's another one? What's another one? Another genius Stevie Nicks collaboration with Don Henley of the Eagles, "Love and Lace."
Yep, that's it. I mean,
another one.
I'm trying to think of some other ones off the top of my head where people did collaborations that. I mean, you could say. I mean, it's kind of cheesy, but like Ebony and Ivory. Paul McCartney and Michael.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people, you know, I know a lot of people think that song is corny, but Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney had some pretty good
Oh,
collabs.
I'm sorry. That was Ebony and Ivory is. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stevie Wonder,
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of.
Paul
I was
McCartney. Yeah, that was
wrong.
really good.
The Joe Pesci version and Eddie Murphy. Ever see that on Saturday Night Live? When they
Yeah,
uh,
I have. This is
yeah.
really funny.
So I'm just trying to just like mentally run through collaborations of things like that. You know, if Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney did an album together again and again, it wouldn't be special. You know.
Yeah, it would lose the magic, right?
I mean, any other ones you could think of at the top of your head where they?
Let me see. Quick. Thinking.
I'm trying to
I
think.
think of my favorite bands or music or
Lee
singers.
Ford and Ozzy. If you close your eyes,
Oh yeah,
you know that's pretty cool for metal genre.
Yeah.
You know, putting iconic people together. So you know.
No, and I love that point you made with like the Dylan and Bob collab, because there's definitely a magic, and it's funny with music from the Big Pink. Dylan offered, do you guys want me to sing on the album and you play? And the band said like, no, like thank you though, but we'd rather, because I think they recognize they have a magic, and just the fact that they keep going with it, it's gonna become, you know, too redundant, and I think even the band knew that there was a magic that should be kept where it is.
Oh yeah. I think so. I think at a certain point you got to stop. But yeah, if you think of any, just throw them out there. But
Yeah.
The next one in Tom Petty is to me the great, you know, one of the greatest.
Great vocals, yeah.
You know. So what else did I say? Where did I leave off? Cultural.
Cheech, I got some quick before I forget. Led Zeppelin and Sandy Denny, Battle of Evermore.
Oh yeah.
Imagine if they made an album together, which I could see it, but it just would be too much. Another interesting one, Anthrax and Public Enemy.
Oh God, that's great. Oh, Run DMC and
that was real. 100%. And dude, and I see this. Michael Jackson and Eddie Van Halen beat it. They could have made an album. Like,
yeah. Now that's
I don't remember Eddie Van Halen's part on Beat It. Still, imagine if Eddie Van Halen played guitar.
Don't tell me Judas is kicking in already. You're freezing up. Is it me or you?
I hear it, but I think we'll go right now. Oh.
Okay. All right.
Oh, really? Okay, just keep going. No worries. Because we'll do one only an hour anyway, so, okay. Ready, whatever now.
Yeah. Cultural.
I still hear you.
Cultural.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. The Basement Tapes represent a pivotal moment in music history, capturing creative spirit of the 60s. Really has the 60s sound. You know, and I'm going to go with Gwyn the Eskimo. Mm-hmm. That is the epitome of the 60s, you know, in pop music. Our artistic innovation. The recordings demonstrate Dylan's Dylan's, genius approach to songwriting with the band.
Right.
I can't in my own handwriting, but so, you know, so those are the 5
great
points that I thought are so important that need to be recognized. You know, anything to add?
No, I think you said it perfectly. I mean, I was a little hesitant to do a show on this, but the more I listened to it and hearing your 5 points, yeah, I mean, for any Bob Dylan fan, band fan, or any music historian or musicologist, I mean, this album is actually pretty important because it was circulating for such a long time in the underground.
Yeah.
It was infamous. It was like, and then finally it gets an official release in 1975.
It's almost,
and I find it so fast.
It's almost like something like rappers would do something like that. You know what I mean?
It would. No. Seriously, I'll be honest with you. I mean, someone might get mad. We got the first person that made a mixtape.
But Devontae, gonna just throw it out there. I know you're
He
not.
did a collab mixtape in someone's basement. I mean,
Bob Dylan invented the first mixtape. I don't. Now that's another question. When we get to it, maybe we should talk more about it. But did he put it out on purpose, or did someone go in there and record it and sneak and bootleg it?
that's a great.
You
And
know,
that, you know what's funny about that? That's an interesting point because so on Netflix they released a movie called The Rolling Thunder Review.
Mhm.
Dylan's tour. That's a tour. Remember, he put that white paint. It was
Yeah,
touring for. It's very cool, and I saw the documentary. But one of the interesting things is that Dylan would have these impromptu sessions,
yeah,
and I'll be honest with you, the only reason why we know of them is because there was a filmmaker that was hired to document everything.
yeah,
But if
yeah,
he wasn't there, like it's interesting. Dylan's not doesn't record like that. Like it's someone that does it. So
yeah,
somebody was recording. So it could have been the band. Maybe they were playing it smart. Like, no, we got some gold here. Like
yeah.
let's
Let's put out. I don't know how many songs. I think maybe 30 songs leaked out. You know, and we'll get to it. We'll get to
yeah,
the
yeah,
they were called the acid tapes. You know, so
right.
um, the recording is pretty amazing. So let me see. Okay. They used a 2-track recorder, which is like 2 tracks. Is like I think the Beatles used 4 tracks, and then they
Four
spliced
track, yeah.
8 tracks. So 2 tracks is like something I used to own a four. I think it was Force Tex 2-track recorder to record stuff.
Right.
Like you know, and it's something like primitive, you know. And we would use,
Yeah, yeah.
like record our band rehearsals. So Garth Hudson put it on his piano. Garth Hudson is the genius of he was the engineer, if you want to call it that. You know, he did set up the mics and he captured the rootsy sound in the basement. So Garth Brooks knew how to capture the sound. I don't know if he produced any of the band stuff. I'm
That's a
sorry,
great question. It
Garth.
does have a sound.
I said Garth Brooks. I should be shot. Garth.
Garth Hudson,
Garth.
right?
Did Garth Hudson produce any of the band stuff? I mean, was he
Right.
there?
Great question.
I don't know. We should do the
What?
band album now. Now we have to do
Oh
it.
no, now we have to. If anything, I've been listening to The Big Pink. I love it. Even before this,
Album, right? The Big Pink.
that was the first one.
We
It's
got it.
so good.
What I'm gonna write next, and then I will write the one for your kids. What's the band?
System of a Down.
Yeah. So
Toxicity, which is their biggest album.
so different, right? um.
And dude, Robbie Robertson, you know what's funny? Robbie Robertson was the band, and especially Levon Helm, were giving Robbie Robertson so much flack because, like, when they were filming The Last Waltz,
Mm-hmm.
Robbie Robertson was always filmed as like the lead person in the band, but we discover that he's not. If
No.
anything, like Garth Hudson is more
He's a rock star.
right, right.
He's the cool guy. You know, he's the Lou Reed and the Bob Dylan. If they had a baby, his look.
Right.
And his guitar playing is amazing. I don't think he gets credit as a player, you know?
I do not think so.
Nobody talks about him. They talk about
No.
you know, but he is, and he looked cool. The band looked like
I was gonna say that. That's why I'm thinking.
They look like
Dude, they look like, especially.
If you broke down your car in the middle of Arkansas and they just came to help you, you'd be like, "I'm good. I'm gonna."
Dude, Levon Helm looks like he drives a tractor and then it gets off that tractor and like starts playing drums. Like, but I remember seeing Robbie Robertson in Last Waltz. I'll be honest with you, I thought he looked so cool. He was in this tailored suit. He wore this scarf thingy around. I was like, this guy has style.
Yeah.
And the fact that, and then I remember him playing with Eric Clapton.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, this is so, who's this? And I thought he was the lead just based on what I was watching.
I will give the band having a unique look when they weren't psychedelic. They didn't have long hair. They didn't have hippie beads. They didn't, you know.
No. They looked like kind of like me, like long beards.
But
The
like
hair was kind of like this.
they had a dapper look. Like, you know, the dapper
Yeah.
movement that came out 10,
Yes.
15
Yes.
years. They invented it. They invented the dapper movement, I think, from the
It's a
20s.
great point.
You know, the way with the pinstripe vests. Like, they look like wow, what is this? You know, Americana. They're the look of American
Mhm.
music. You know,
And the
Bob
irony is that they're Canadian.
Bob Dylan was just a badass. You know, he was just the way
He's the outlaw. He's the John Wesley Harding.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
he's the outlaw.
And
Like
I think Robbie Robinson took Bob Dylan's badass look because later on,
yeah.
Robinson got that look, and he also took a little bit of Lou Reed's look too, because he
Right.
just
Right.
did he pass Robbie Robinson, or is he still alive?
don't,
I know
I don't
Garth
think so.
passed. Rick Danko.
I remember that. Yeah. No, I don't think Bobby
And
Roberts is alive.
unfortunately, I wanted to look it up, and I don't want to talk about it too much. But didn't somebody in the band commit suicide?
I think, and I could be wrong, Richard Manuel.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know why I would know that, but it's in my head.
yeah.
So Robbie Robertson did pass away last in 2023.
Okay, yeah. So they're all gone,
Yeah.
right?
Pretty much.
No.
Now at this point, they're legacy.
There is a tribute though, and they play the Capitol. I heard that's really good. It does a great.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rick Danko, for you bass players that don't know, learn King Harvest. It is one of the greatest bass lines. Like Rick Danko's so underrated as a bass player.
It's extremely underrated. And as a singer too, he had this unique way of singing.
You know,
Very unique.
I had a couple opportunities to meet him because I knew somebody who knew his kid, and it never worked out. You know, but Rick Danko is just magic for me as a bass player. Always admired him. So Garth Hudson was basically the engineer and recorded the band and the basement tapes. They recorded 100 songs. Now, to go back to that, that is ridiculous. Like, did they just record them and say, okay, next, or did they?
I think that's what happened. No, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, because like you can't record. It would take them 5 years. Like they'd be like stealing.
No, I think they were just long sessions. They probably obviously later on an engineer would splice it and split it, but
yeah,
I think it was just like someone just hit the recording and all right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, recorded 100 songs. Some were forgotten, some appear on bootlegs, and then circulated in the 90s. I guess they put out maybe Columbia released the bootleg series, and it was called the bootleg series in the 90s. 26 tracks on the basement tapes. Now, it was Robbie Robinson's idea to put out the basement tapes in 1975 with Dylan. And I read that the band wasn't doing so hot in 1975. They needed
at that point they were done. Because remember how we talked about that sound?
Yeah.
Wasn't the sound anymore. That sound is cool.
Yeah. And you could say the same for Creedence. They remind me of Creedence too. They're very similar.
Yes.
So that root
very similar.
Because they're not hard, but they got balls. Some like King Harvest is pretty, it rocks out. And
it's crazy. No, and just before I forget, in 1976 they would record and bring out The Last Waltz. So
78. So
you sure it's not 76?
I think it was 78 when maybe they recorded it in 76, but I think it was released.
Maybe the release was 78, but they were already at that point going to call it quits. And the basement tapes are sort of like a send-off.
Yeah, because that sound from 67, Big Pink, 68 maybe? So from 68, they had a nice run from 68 till about 73.
Yeah.
And were like, them and Creedence, very similar because Creedence band
very, very.
Then the basement tapes come out and they do a tour with Dylan. Then they record The Last Waltz and they become immortalized.
Yeah.
Take the band.
And thanks to Martin Scorsese's directing, but immortalized. And people thought Robbie Robertson was the front man.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why Levon Helm got a little mad, and apparently, like, I don't know if you know them, they never got along afterwards. Levon Helm and Robbie Robertson, like,
Really?
their relationship kind of disintegrated. Yeah, and
Robbie
and it's
Robinson
funny because looking back,
maybe looked like he could have been a little cocky, you know?
no, that's what Levon. No, that's what in interviews with the band members,
Yeah.
that's what they said. Like he was, for example, like the lead vocalist, and like or whatever. He wasn't lead vocalist at all, but he
No.
would act like he's like, oh yeah, this is my band. I am the band.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
Levon got really angry because it's like, no, we're all the band. It's not
Yeah.
just Robbie. He kind
Yeah.
of pointed out to Martin Scorsese, the director,
Yeah.
like, no, like, you got to film everybody, not just him.
Yeah.
But I think he was a little cocky and probably said, he probably took that Dylan no, and I'm like, yeah, it's my band and it's me. Just film me. Like,
Spot from Dylan, Robbie Robinson. Let's put it that way. You know,
I
he.
wonder the relationship how it was too. Like, that's interesting.
Well, I think they all got along at that time. You know, when they recorded it,
You
there was
Oh,
no there
one
was
more
no.
crazy detail.
Hmm. Did it
No,
again?
one more crazy detail. No, one more crazy detail. So during the remember the Judas performance in England,
Yeah.
Levon Helm quit. He was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I'm not touring with that man." Robbie Robertson was a rock and roll. Like, let's do it. And in interviews, it's
Yeah.
so cool. So legendary. He says that they'll be playing, and he has to dodge like glass bottles and bottles that will
Mhm.
be thrown at them.
Yeah.
Like, but he was with Dylan, so he's in the trenches with them. So I would wonder, like, if you kind of like had
It was
that rock and roll attitude, like,
Dylan, I think, said it was like going to war. And in the documentary, there's kids that come out and they want his autograph. And he's like, well, you're the one who was booing me. Which kid was booing me? He was messing with them. Like, I'm not signing anything. You were booing me. No, we weren't booing you. We love your new stuff. So, and then I think it was Dylan that was like, going out and playing was not really fun because he was, imagine playing songs people don't want to hear,
yeah,
but they're coming to see you. You still have a show. You still have a job to
yeah.
do. You know. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, about the last waltz, and I always bring this up. I didn't feel bad when my guitar strap would fall during the performance. You know, every now and then, like, I never got strap locks. That was the '80s when you lock your strap in, and I had the old school. I still do. Every now and then a freak accident will happen, and your brain
Mm.
teaches you to catch your guitar, and just catch it, and it happens to Clapton in the last waltz.
Mm-hmm.
He's solo and the strap falls. And he just clicks it up really quick.
It's famous.
It's amazing, and I didn't feel bad. I said, "Oh, if it happens to Clapton, I'm not gonna feel bad." Uh, so the basement tapes included the acid tape bootlegs. We won't say why, but maybe they just called it that. Basically,
Mm-hmm.
it was somehow either copied by the band or Dylan, because Dylan wanted to destroy the basement tapes as an artistic message. Let's record 100 songs
Mm-hmm.
and let's destroy them and say screw the industry, But
Mm-hmm.
somehow it got leaked out. I think 30 songs got leaked out. Did the band put it out? Now back then they put it out on album, not tapes. They called them tapes, but they made out copies of they would give the record labels, any band. Oh, this is the single. This is our demo, but it was out on an album. That was rough mixes. So those rough mixes got out, and and the debate is who copied them. If you know who did, if you're the person who did, please comment. Or if you know the answer, did the band do it? Did Dylan do it? I think it was an inside job. I think they did it. And what happened was it blew up. It was like it was copied by hundreds of people in unofficial recordings. Were all over the place, shared by fans and collectors.
Right.
Then
Right.
artists got a hold of it, and Manford, famous for "Blinded by the Light," that song. It's a great song. Which
Bruce Springsteen cover.
That's amazing. I knew you would know that. When I
Yeah,
heard
duh. For me, every Springsteen fan knows that, and it's
Springsteen,
crazy because their version did make it better than
it's
Springsteen. But
so
yeah,
much. He's so much like Dylan. He's so much like Dylan, where people are covering his shit too. Like I remember as a kid worshiping that song, hearing it on the radio, cranking it up, making believe I was playing the
yeah,
solo. And then somebody said it's a Bruce Springsteen song. I'm like, no, it's not. You know, Man for Man. You know,
yeah.
that actually was a substitute teacher. I had a guy like you, and he was subbing for us, and he was so cool. He comes in, and on his break, when we were at lunch, he had an acoustic guitar, and he'd be jamming. And I wasn't playing guitar yet, but me and my friend Scott Harper, who I
Mhm.
always bring up, we'd go up to him, and we'd be like, "Wow, you play guitar?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in a band. Like, you're in a band." And we're like, "Can you play something for us?" "Yeah, what do you want to hear?" "Can you play Heartbreaker?" And he'd be like, "Which one? Pat Benatar or Led Zeppelin?" I was like, "Oh, Led Zeppelin," you know? And then we were just asking him to play, can you play Stairway to Heaven? He plays Stairway. We're just like, oh, this guy's God, when you're a kid. So he's the one who said, well, I think he played Knocking on Heaven's Door. And he said, Manfred Mann's Earth Man, was it a Bruce Springsteen song you might have played? I don't know. But that somehow came up. And I'm like, no, it's Manfred Mann's Earth Man. He's like, no, it's Bruce Springsteen.
You probably played the acoustic version of
Yeah.
that song because the Manfred Mann version is a full band with keyboard solos and like
Yeah.
the original one is acoustic. Like there's the
Yeah.
band element for sure, but
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's more, you
But
know,
yeah, just a quick story about how I learned that,
yeah. Well,
Uh,
and you just keep track on time. So how much time do you think you'll need?
I mean, I have a lot. I mean, we could do it in two parts. You know.
Is that okay? Can we do it in two parts?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me just
So I
finish.
will say, yeah. So maybe we'll do because we're about to hit the hour mark.
Yeah,
So maybe like 5-10 minutes.
yeah,
Pause here,
yeah,
like 5-10 minutes, and then no Judas Priest spirit, but just like yeah, because you know what, we should make this like a 2 hour, 3 hour episode because there's a lot.
yeah,
And sadly, like I have like a busy thing I have to do later.
yeah.
So but
But
we'll do two parts because I think it's fantastic.
yeah, we'll stop at an hour. I'll get into just the recording. So Manfred
Yeah.
Mann.
So
Uh,
you'll have like right now like 10 minutes.
oh,
So
yeah,
I'll let you like discuss, and then
yeah.
I'll let you no.
So Manfred Mann's Earth Band recorded the Mighty Quinn from hearing it on a bootleg, and like I said earlier, one of the most popular pop '60s songs ever. It's
Hmm.
you know. Peter, Paul, and Mary covered much of nothing. They heard it on the bootleg, and they did a great job with that, which is totally amazing. Um, so basically, what I have, I mean, we could, if you want to stop at the hour mark, and then I was just going to talk about the band. Why don't we stop? Why don't we stop at the hour mark? We could just free talk a little bit until we get to the hour, because I was going
Yeah,
to talk about the
like,
band
like
and then the songs. Well, and that'll be the
right.
second.
Yeah, let's free talk for these last 30 minutes. That's a great place to pause, and then this
Yeah,
might be like maybe a 3 hour episode because I think there's a lot we got to talk about
yeah.
in
So just
terms of
the
because I
myth,
didn't realize how important this album is. Really important.
yeah, the mystery of it is amazing. How it was
Yeah,
recorded, then it came out in bootlegs. People knew the songs. I wonder if it was on
right,
the radio, the bootlegs. That's it.
right. Yeah,
But
me too. Like I would wonder. Like, and you know, it's funny. The only reason why I found out about it when I was discovering like rock music
yeah,
was because I was listening to the band. And then the basement tape showed up. I'm like, what the? I was like, what the hell is this?
yeah.
And I didn't like it. It's too challenging, right? Obviously, because first time rock. So for
Oh,
anybody out there getting into rock music, the basement tapes, you got to be a Bob Dylan and band fan, and you got to understand the context behind it,
yeah.
because otherwise, it is a little challenging of
It's
a
very
listen.
challenging. Yeah, the recording is a little muffled on some of the tracks, and then
Right.
some tracks are better. Um, it's funny because the basement tapes. I'm going way back. I'm old. Uh, MTV had a contest called the Basement Tapes. And if you were a band, I wasn't even in a band. I was like a little kid. If you were a band in the early 80s,
Right.
send in your video, your cheesy video, and they would play it on MTV if you won. And it was called the Basement Tapes. It was made in, your basement, like a garage band. And I remember there was a band where the guitar player had one neck on this side and another neck on this side, and he flipped his guitar around. And that's the band that won. I don't even remember their name. They never got famous or anything, but the show was called the Basement Tapes. So, quick fun fact about the Basement Tapes on MTV in early 80s, So,
That's really cool.
Check out the Basement Tapes. It's great, amazing songs. We're going to get into the songs in the next hour, with the band.
Cheech has a little idea. Maybe we can do like I'll listen to the album very carefully. I've been listening to it. I'll be honest, side one is fantastic. That could have been its own like little EP or whatever. But we should do like a top 5, our favorite top 5 tracks from the Basement Tapes. Like what do you think are the 5 greatest, and see like because I don't know what you would pick, what I would pick, but
I would pick Mighty Quinn number 1. Mighty Quinn is just like been my favorite.
But that's not on the official release. So you would kind of like go above it. Yeah. You would go back to when it was mixtapes.
How could they not?
So, and again, shout out to a certain somebody. I think Bob Dylan invented the idea of a mixtape. Oh, I'm kidding. But
he did. He didn't think anybody dreamed of putting out. They didn't want it to leak out. If it leaked out, they would get pissed. They would be angry.
No, I think people probably stole the masters and started making copies or whatever, or and friends probably started.
In the 60s and 70s, they weren't going in leaking stuff out.
No. It would be rare. It would be somebody that would work on the inside.
Yeah, they would bootleg concerts, and that remember the Neil Young video? Like that would piss off artists because artists needed to make money. But as far as putting out stuff, going in the studio, I know it happened in the 90s. I remember, not to bring this guy up, but it happened to P. Diddy. And back rappers always would leak shit out. And he beat someone bad who leaked it out. He found out who did it, and he went to jail and stuff. He got in big trouble. Like that was a thing in the 90s. Oh, wow. Leaking out rap songs. Now they record it and they put it out without even saying anything. Like Kendrick Lamar,
right?
When he put out that album, he didn't promote it or anything, which I always find that funny because I was like, Led Zeppelin would spend 3 months and hundreds of dollars on promotion. Now you just put it out on the internet and it's an automatic hit, which is like so amazing.
Yeah,
which I'm not a fan of.
And today, today in the hip hop genre, the mixtape is. It's one of the key things within that genre.
Bob Dylan
and leaking out mixtapes.
Yeah. Now Bob Dylan invented the mixtape. You can easily say that.
Unless someone wants to. We're free to. If someone wants to say not really.
If someone wants to argue that Bob Dylan didn't leak out mixtapes, he totally invented the idea. Or
I'll be on, and that no, and you made such a great distinction because there were concert bootlegs. For example, like I'm familiar with that because of the Bruce Springsteen concert bootlegs that a lot of fans have. And Springsteen didn't release a live album until much later, like his first official live album.
Yeah.
So taking the idea of a mixtape like that did not that wasn't a thing. And even if it was, I don't know. Even if it was, people were not circulating mixtapes.
No, the bootleg.
No, a certain famous genre is famous now.
Yeah, thank Bob Dylan for that, Devontae. Just like the Black Panthers loved Bob Dylan, so Bob Dylan should be in the Hip Hop Hall of Fame. Let's put it that way. He kind of had that rap.
You know what? I think
he
should get a BET award.
Just to piss off Devontae. Imagine Devontae. He would. Oh God.
No, but it is interesting. I love the distinction you made, like the bootleg concert bootlegs, which, for example, like the Grateful Dead had concert bootlegs that fans were making and distributing.
Some bands have it. like the Dead was all about recording their shows. You know, they had a section. Allman Brothers too. I remember going to see hippie bands like Allman Brothers, the Dead, Fish.
Right,
You know,
right, right,
section these dudes had like antennas. Back then it was all primitive recordings. But bootleg
right, right.
was such a thing that it was an episode. I'm showing my age on a show called What's Happening. You ever hear that show? What's Happening was
No,
a Afro American sitcom in the 70s. Famous guy is Rerun.
okay.
You know, he had the Rerun dance. Roger, Dwayne, D. You know,
Mhm.
they had this place they hung out in Rob's place. It was like a fountain soda shop. But anyway, it was about these three kids who would get into trouble or mischief, and it was fun 70s stuff. So Rerun gets tickets to go to the Doobie Brothers concert. Of all bands, like you would think, like it's an African American show, like why maybe P Funk or something, but it was the Doobie Brothers. It was so cool that and the Doobie Brothers were on it. So some dude pays Rerun to put a little. You won't remember this, but it was a cassette tape, and it was a little holder, and you'd put it down, and you would like hit eject, put the tape in, and play it, and it had a speaker, so it was flat like that. And Rerun was like this heavy dude, this big dude, and he put it in his jacket, and he bootlegged the concert. But he got lucky to go backstage and meet the Doobie Brothers. And the whole catch was like, Raj, who was like trying to be a suave dude. There was Roger, Dwayne, and Rerun. I'm showing my age. And only people my age would laugh at this. I know my sister would laugh. And Rerun was like, Raj was like, which Doobie you be? That was a stupid catchphrase. But at the end, as they're all getting friendly with the Doobie Brothers, the recorder pops out. And they're like, man, you recorded our show. We don't make money off that. We thought you were cool and stuff. So anyway, when they recorded it, no music came out. And then he said, look, we won't get you in trouble. Just tell us who the guy was. So they got the guy in trouble who paid them to do it, or threatened. I think he threatened them. I don't remember, but it's a great episode. So that's how much bootlegs were like. It got to television sitcom back in the day. So great crazy stuff, man. But anyway, on that note,
It's funny you're saying all this. But you're saying all this for our young listeners. We're like, wait, we have so many questions. Like, what?
yeah, for your young,
Even me, I was like, wow.
yeah, it was like a recorder. I had one, and it was mainly meant for you to record like lectures in college. It was for college students, you or high school students. So you would bring it, and you can record the lecture. You'd hit. There'd be a red button for record and a black button, and you'd hit it, and it would record
Right.
whatever. But I used it for tapes. It was a little portable thing you'd carry around. It wasn't loud. It had a volume control, and I think a bass control on it. And that's what Rerun used to record the Doobie Brothers. I'm just showing my age, but it was such a great episode. So I don't even think your kids know what a tape player, a tape recorder is.
Dude, I don't know.
I remember
Dude, they didn't. It's funny. I had a moment. They didn't, and I know this, but I don't know why I would know. But a floppy disk.
yeah.
Remember the floppy disk?
Oh yeah.
They did total alien language. And then remember how the Mac computers, Apple Macs, used to be called Macintosh?
Yeah. Then they switched to Mac.
Total alien. I don't
That
think they remember TiVo.
TiVo. It was the first thing to record something digitally. Or was it
Right. And so they would not know what a cassette tape.
Yeah, I remember TiVo. Yeah. And then yeah, I mean all these crazy. I remember watching my kid trying to put a cassette tape in a player. He had no idea, but he could like download anything off the computer. It was just like there's a documentary coming out now about how technology has changed kids' brains. I heard on the news today.
Mm-hmm.
How it's
Yep.
affecting,
Yep. Yep.
it's affecting the future of how people are thinking. The way people aren't thinking like they used to think. The brain, and this would interest
Mm.
you, psychology. The brain is changing and becoming more digitalized. It's not
Mm-hmm.
not like a 1990s brain or a 2000 brain. It's or I don't know. Whenever the phone got all that information in it, is when this started. I'm going to say 2000, maybe a decade ago, is when the
Mm-hmm.
people started. I mean, you go on the internet, you turn your phone on now. I'm guilty of it. I use it every day, but it's crazy what you see. You see so many cool things. You see so many bad things. It
Mm.
really changed our way. Nobody reads magazines or newspapers. I mean, you still read books. I still read books, but
Oh no, that's a little no, that's a little bit dead now. Just reading books, which is bad, but yeah.
even like digital books, I don't even think people care about. Now it's all about, thank God, podcasts.
No.
Like for us, it's good.
Whoa, no, seriously.
Yeah,
There's some good stuff. Yeah, like the long podcasts and
yeah,
YouTube videos.
yeah. Thank God for YouTube videos and podcasts, which could be better. Nothing's better than a book, but it could get quick information into your brain.
Right.
Book,
Right.
I would like.
I mean, you just distilled the basement tapes like, you could read in a book, but you just distilled it in like 15 minutes. And
Yeah,
somebody can get this information, be like, "Oh, I didn't. Okay, cool." And like maybe hopefully do more research, right? Because I think that's the goal.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, quicker than reading, but definitely read.
But the cool thing about a book was like you'd hit like page 7. I like that note, and I'd circle it, and I'm gonna Google that when I go home.
Yeah,
And
exactly,
page 30, I
exactly.
like that. And I remember buying old books, and you'd see people's notes in it and stuff. So it's pretty cool. But that's a dying thing. Uh, thank God for what we're doing, podcasting and everything now is like on YouTube, Amazon Prime or Netflix, things like that. Documentaries are big, but read books. Go out and read books. I would say to kids, if you could my kid reads books, and I'm really happy. So
Love
that's
it.
a good thing.
Yeah, yeah, kids, get out and read your books.
Definitely. So yeah, we'll stop here
Go
and then
find out what a VHS. No, go find out what a VHS tape is. It'll lead you down a wormhole.
good luck with that one. Or go go. We were talking about this young kid works at the temple. And we are talking. He knew what Pong was. I was like, you know what Pong is? The video game Pong. And then like arcades.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Dude, I'm gonna ask people that. Do you remember Pong?
Yeah,
And by the way, I'm a video game historian. I used to be really big into video games. So I used to watch and read about video game history. And
yeah.
Pong, for anybody that doesn't know, is like
Pong was
the
Pong was
historical, considered.
Yeah, Pong was number one, and also video games. We were talking about video games at arcades, and they asked me what year did the first arcade come out, and I said I remember like '78 going to a bowling alley and playing Space Invaders. You know, being 8 years old and playing Space
Yeah.
Invaders, Asteroids, Galaxian. Then that developed into like Dragon Slayer when it got more digital. Space Ace. It got more cartoonish and all the video games, and then
Yeah.
energy
Yeah. Dude,
arcades.
and talk about community, the arcade. Like that used to be like where everybody. I've seen movies about it. So it's funny. I went with one of my friends to something called a barcade
That's cool.
in New Haven, and what it is, I'll be honest with you, it's really cool, and there's something interesting about like a group of everybody, and you'll see like friends or whatever couples go there, and I was playing Pac-Man with my friend,
Yeah,
and it was kind of like Pac-Man versus.
yeah.
I was having a blast. Like I forgot about like this, like the community aspect to it,
Oh,
and like
man.
how some people back in the days, video games used to get a lot of flack, but
Yeah.
I feel like with the idea of the arcade and having that presence with somebody and playing a game, like I don't know, it's like Lost. It's what you just said,
Well,
and I don't know if you're familiar with this. Like one more thing, and then good.
well,
All right, I'm gonna stop because otherwise we won't
no,
end. But
I grew up in arcades. That's my era. From 8 years old till my 20s. You would go on vacation, there'd always be arcades. A guy would come around collecting change and quarters. So when I was like in middle school to high school, we'd go to every bowling alley had an arcade. Every hotel had an arcade.
Right.
And they all had these three games.
Right.
Pac-Man, Space Invaders. Some of them even had the bowling. Remember bowling where you would slide the thing to knock the pins down?
Yeah.
It was like a
yeah.
But the
I
cool,
remember that. Yeah, from childhood. But yeah.
it was just like, you get together and you're physically together. Now you're playing games against each other, but you're playing against somebody in Australia, somebody in England on your video game.
Mm-hmm.
You're not really meeting them. It was a social thing back then. And arcades were cool.
Mm-hmm.
Games are, primitive to like, there were so many great games like Galaxian, Centipede, Joust, Mr. Do. I'm just naming some up, like ones that I used to love. I used to love Galaxian, Centipede, Millipede, and then you try to like, and you get your initial in the top like three. You put your. I'd always put my initial. Cheech, Leonard, Carrerio, CLC.
Mm-hmm.
If I got to number one, forget about it, man. King. It's simple stuff like that. That's what I miss about the world, man. Arcades, block video. Arcades and block video, man. Those were the simple days. Now, I don't know. I'm a part of it. I can't say I'm not. I'm a part of this world, but like my mom. I know we got to go. My mom was watching Jesus Christ Superstar, and I brought up the topic back in the 70s. People had an attention span, and my mother goes, "That's a really good point." She's like, that's good you brought that up, as she looks at her phone. And goes back to looking at her phone. And I said, Ma, even you who had an attention span, you grew up with an attention span on a portable, on a TV that was black and white and had 12 stations. Now you don't have an attention span. Now you're glued to your phone, like everybody, everyone, myself included. And it's why I always admire people. And I only know two people who aren't on the internet, who aren't on Facebook, aren't on Instagram. Some days I'm just like, I say to myself, I just want to get off of this. I go on it and I look at it and I'm just like, some of this stuff just makes me sick, And then you about Dylan and I'm like, I got to send this to Manny. Something about Rush, I got to send it. So there's the positives to it as well, So, But on that note, we're almost at 1:20, so we'll definitely hit a 2-hour show the next time.
It'll be a 3-hour show. Yeah.
Crazy. So I'll leave my notes here. I'll put them in order, and next week we'll do the Basement Tapes Part 2. So anything else you want to end this?
Sounds like a plan, man. So far, I'm enjoying this, brother.
Yeah, awesome. Enjoying the Dylan. We got Desire coming up and Big Pink by the band. Got to do it. Got to do it.
We're doing it. Because I've been digging. It's funny how you say that. I've been digging on the album, so we got to do that.
And the lyrics are very cool. They're very cool. The band wrote some good. They really, being from Canada, you would think that they're from the South. That's what made them so odd. Well, Levon Helms wasn't from Canada. I don't.
No, I know. So very odd. Yeah. Yeah.
So, the band might be the original Canadian band, and they don't get enough credit. Nobody talks about the band being from Canada. Like Rush, you think of the Great White Triumph, you think of the Great White North. Neil Young, but the band, they're from Canada. You're like, what? No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're from Arkansas, man. I saw them running around the Appalachian. But they did start the Dapper movement. We'll give them that. They really, it's cool. And the album, when we get to the album cover is funny. It's pretty amazing. Because there's a whole concept to that album cover. But anyway, try to listen to the Basement Tapes or try to listen to the covers of the Basement Tapes. What's the Birds one? The Birds song? Get that song.
Ooh, I'm forgetting. But I know which one you're talking about.
Quinn the Eskimo, listen to that one, and the Peter, Paul, and Mary
Yeah.
are just amazing. So, but on that note, have a good Easter, Manny, and we will regroup next week and finish up the basement tapes.
Sounds like a plan, brother. We'll continue listening to the mixtapes. And happy Easter.
Happy Easter. And Bob Dylan is the original mixtape guy. None of this,
You heard it here, folks.
SoundCloud would nothing without Bob Dylan.
SoundCloud, controversial, but SoundCloud rappers maybe have to thank Bob Dylan. There was SoundCloud that was the basement.
It was the acetate. No, think about
The
it.
acid tapes. That's right.
I don't think this generation they think we're out of our minds and crazy for saying that. I know one person would.
Yeah. And by the way, no one get mad. No one get mad. We're just teasing. Like,
Yeah.
don't fact check us. Like,
but I would say proof. This is proof that Bob Dylan did invent the mixtape. The bootleg. What call it, a mixtape, whatever. The bootleg tape was invented. Maybe not by Bob Dylan or the band, but it was invented from those sessions. Because if that stuff got out, they wouldn't release the album. They wouldn't put the album out. I think it happened to one band, and they canned the album. I forgot who it was. So, but I don't know if Judas is kicking in on my end. So we'll wrap it up here.
all right.
And I will talk to you soon, my man.
Cheech, brother, until next week, we'll continue the basement tapes.
Take care, everyone.
All right, Cheech. I'll see you, man. Happy Easter, by the way. And I'll see you next week, and we'll continue the basement tapes. Definitely. All right, brother.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
And we are back. We're going to start, we're going to continue the legendary basement tapes by the band and Bob Dylan. And Cheech, I have to tell you, I'm glad you convinced me to do this because I've been listening to the album. Dude, it's a masterpiece of blues. Dude, I'll be honest with you, there's not much country. It's like more like blues Americana sound.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And just from the first song, Odds and Ends, it's fantastic. Like, I can't wait to dig into some of the tracks, but pretty much we're going to continue where we left off. This is the Cheech and Manny Music Show, the People's Podcast. We are doing the basement tapes by Bob Dylan, and for our fans out there, listen to the basement tapes. It's actually fantastic. Do not skip it. Yeah. I kind of put it up against like some of his best work, and we're just going to continue. So where do we leave off, Cheech?
We left off at the band.
I love the band.
Introduce the band, and we'll talk a little bit about my boy Richard Manuel, who I've been in love with his voice.
Love it, yeah.
Guy. But before we do it, I'm just gonna say I was thinking about the band, and I played in bands, and we covered a lot of band music. Like obviously The Weight, The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down,
right,
and King Harvest, which was my favorite.
Right.
Favorite
Love that song. Fantastic. That's on their second album.
Yeah. So I have a lot of history with the band. I always listened to, being a metalhead or a rock guy, you'd be like, did you be into the band? But I always had that, I love that era, that late 60s era, the Dead, the band.
Right.
Compared the band to Creedence a little bit.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Dude, the band, Grateful Dead, and Creedence Clearwater Revival, very similar. Yes. Very similar.
And a unique thing, in the same era too, and a unique thing about the band, which made them so special, they all sang.
Yeah. No. We got to pause on that because you mentioned Richard Manuel. Now, I knew him. Like I kind of look like him actually with the beard and stuff. But
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I knew him. I saw him playing the Great Waltz. Didn't really know much though, and I think he sang on that. But I always focus more on like like Levon Helm and
yeah,
Rick Danko. Dude, the Basement Tapes. I'm listening. I was like, everyone sings in this band.
yeah.
Like they are the band for that. They have
And,
all lead
and
singers.
they
Well,
play different like I think Levon Helms plays piano. Like I see him play piano. So they were so multi. I mean, obviously the Beatles. Everybody, like I was thinking
mhm,
about bands like that. The Beatles.
right.
Ringo sing any
He
song?
did, and
Yeah,
he had some of the famous songs like Yellow Submarine and Octopus's Garden.
right, right. So Ringo, so everyone in the Beatles sang. Obviously, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. That was their thing. That was I kind of don't count them because that was their
Oh,
thing.
Cheech, wait, pause. I right now, it's funny how you say Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Yeah,
You know their debut album?
yeah.
We have to cover that album one day.
Oh, most
I've
definitely.
been so addicted. Judy Eyes, the Blue Eyes, the Sweet.
It's
Like
beautiful.
I can't stop listening to it. Like I keep forgetting how fantastic this album is.
One of my all-time favorite songs is "Wooden Ships."
Oh, dude, I love that song.
I mean, they had a sound, and they were a little heavy. They got like a little like heavy
Well,
for
long time gone.
yeah.
Like
They were different. And their Woodstock performance is unbelievable.
unbelievable. Yeah, they're an unbelievable group.
And the band was at Woodstock too.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And it didn't get in the movie. It's so weird because so many other
Which
Mount,
is a shame. They should have. Imagine they made it. Like,
Mountain was in Woodstock and they weren't in the movie. Also, Johnny Winter was not in the movie, and
right.
so I think the band went on before 10 years, after 10 years after, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking of other singing groups beside the Beatles, like Fleetwood Mac,
Mm-hmm.
another group. Then I couldn't think of much, and then I was laughing to myself because I thought of Kiss. They all sang.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Everyone in Kiss sang, and
Well, that's why. Well, that's why Kiss is legendary for that reason.
yeah, yeah. And the band. I mean, I think if you know how talented that is to have everyone in the band and your band be the singer. There's not one front man, not a lead singer.
And it's crazy. I think even Robbie Robertson sang too. I heard on the
Yeah.
Basement Tapes.
And I've been researching Robbie Robinson, and I should save this really for because we're gonna do music for Big Pink. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
save it for
Oh,
for the
save it, because I'm excited to do the Big Pink. I've been binge, so it's funny because I've been binge listening. And before you mentioned, it, I'm so happy like you discovered you were telling me like, you covered the band. The band influenced you.
yeah.
It was
Rick
crazy.
was always a big influence on me.
Well, I was gonna ask you, with Rick Danko's influence on you.
Rick Danko isn't like he's not a Geddy Lee, he's not a John Paul Jones.
No. Oh, wait, yeah. How would you describe his bass playing?
Like McCartney, but he has a rough edge. He's got a rough attack. He's got a nice picked bass sound, and he knows how to play in between the spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Geddy Lee is just playing like crazy. Chris Squire is playing like crazy. Geddy's playing. Steve Harris playing like crazy. People like McCartney,
Yeah.
Rick Danko. I'm trying to think of some other players. Like they would play in between the space because they like Sting. Sting is a great example. Maybe it's because they're singing. I think that has a lot to do with it. He just had this rhythmic style. He would do counter stuff. Very percussive in a way. The way he picked, he wasn't soft. He was aggressive, and he just has a great. He's very raw sounding, and that's what I picked up on. If a bass player reminds me of something I would do, I like them right away. You know what I mean? That's what I liked about Danko, and I'm so pissed because I could have met him in 1998, right before he died. But he was.
Imagine if you did.
Now I was supposed to go to Woodstock with a kid we knew on New Year's, who knew his son really well,
Right.
but not well. I didn't realize how heavy into drugs they were. The band, they don't look like the way Zeppelin or
No, dude. I'll be honest with you. They were rock and roll.
they were, they, and the more I read about Richard Manuel, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
The guy he's almost like a Cobain. He suffered. Robinson said he sang like he was in pain every song, and and I think he might have suffered all the time. He might have been like a depressed guy, because to do what he did, the poor guy,
No, and it's funny how you mentioned that because that's when I discovered the band. I think I was in high school or whatever, and
Yeah,
I had this. I began like looking at some of the because I love their looks. I was like, who are these people,
yeah,
and who's this? And then I reached Richard Manuel, and I was reading some of his sadness and struggles with depression and substance abuse, and he always
yeah.
struck me as like sad, like
Yeah.
especially when you start seeing
Oh
some of
yeah,
his problems.
yeah. It was just really, really sad. And what made him unique, beside their sound, no one looked like that. They started the Dapper.
No, and that's dude. When you made that point, I they influenced me subconsciously because the first thing like you can see them in like photos and especially on the
Yeah,
last waltz, dude, their suits are tailored. Even Levon Helm looks really cool. Like
yeah.
he's sort of
But
like
sometimes Levon Helms looks scary. Sometimes you'd be like, if I seen this guy, I'd run the other way. He looks like the guy from Moonshiners on.
right, right. And I think he's tall. I think he's like imposing too.
Yeah, yeah. But and watching these interviews, these guys are really smart and like almost like a Pert way, like the Neil Pert way. They
Intelligent.
so intelligent, man. Like, and yeah, I gotta save the stories for the
We'll save, yeah. So we'll save it for the big pink and most of the band stuff, and obviously our fans can tell like we love the band. But I guess in terms of the basement tapes, what were you going to talk about, like the band?
Oh, well, I was just gonna, just talk about the band, a little history of the band.
Yeah,
Um, they're from Canada, where our favorite group in the world is from. But they were
the
there,
the greatest group in the galaxy.
they were there 10 years. They came out 10 years before the greatest group in the galaxy, 1957.
Hmm.
These guys have been around. I mean, it's a long time to be playing music. Um, so it's Rick Danko bass, Garth Hudson organ, keys, sax, Richard Manuel piano, vocals, sad vocals, we must say.
Hmm.
Robbie Robinson guitar player and piano, and Levon Helms drums and piano. Um, and going back to Robbie Robinson, like Emmanuel, underrated. We said this earlier. Underrated guitar player. Great
Oh, I,
guitar.
I think I'll be honest with you. I think he's probably one of the most. It's like we do a top five. He's
Yeah,
probably one of the most underrated. Like, and just it's funny. I was listening to the Judas Bob Dylan performance, and some of it, the fact that it's funny because him and Bob Dylan have this great chemistry, similar to Mike Bloomfield and Dylan. They have great chemistry, and you hear his riffs and soloing. Like he's
yeah. And
so
he's
talented.
so different in Bloomfield. It's like night and
Very
day.
different. Right.
But yeah, I grown a great appreciation for him. I always liked his style, but I didn't realize how. I would say he's tasty. He knows how to uh, put notes together, link them
Yeah.
together.
Right.
He's not ripping. He's not up there like Bloomfield was ripping. He's just putting these notes together that fit the song. And I love guitar players that do that.
Mhm.
So roots rock, Americana folk, country. They were called the Hawks from 1958 to 1963. They backed up Ronnie Hawkins. If you don't know who Ronnie Hawkins is, look him up. He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He was a rockabilly, rock and roll blues singer in the 60s.
Have you heard his song "Who Do You Love" on the Last Waltz?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, he's on that performance, and that's how I got introduced to Ronnie Hawkins,
Yeah.
and just the way his vocal delivery, his styling, like one of my favorite lines in that, he goes like, Garth Hudson, right? One of the band members. He says, "Come on, Garth, don't you give me no lip." And who do you love? Like, and that's where you hear Robertson's guitar playing
Yeah,
because
yeah.
his tone is fantastic. Like it's like you said, he's not the most technical. I would say like Jimmy
No.
Page, for example. No, he's not Jimmy Page. He's not a Hendrix. He knows how to He knows how to make the electric guitar like soulful.
Yeah, there's some great guitar players like that. Like Elliot Easton from the Cars.
Yep, yep,
They're a
yep.
pop group, the Cars, but you listen to his solos. He's doing insane stuff in there. It's amazing. And why I'm drawing a blank. What's his name from the Police? The guitar. Uh,
Oh, you're right. No, that's a fantastic example.
you hit 55, you start to lose it. How could I? How could I? Joe, I'm sorry. I know Joe loves Police. We did this with somebody else the other day.
Ready? Andy Summers. I
Andy,
can't believe we forgot that. Andy Summers.
amazing,
Fantastic guitarist.
amazing guitar player.
Mhm.
Rick Nielsen, our boy from Cheech.
Yeah.
Rick.
Oh, dude, what a great. Actually, you know what's funny? That's so he embodies Robertson's guitar playing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like it's hard to describe. Like again, they're not the most technical, like like Alex Lifeson or
Right.
whatever, or Kirk Hammett,
Yeah.
but their guitar playing like defines like what rock is all about. Like
Yeah,
it's
like it's a pop song. So in the middle of a pop song, you don't want to hear Yngwie Malmsteen.
right,
You want to hear, and like Just What I Needed is a great example of a
right,
great guitar solo. You know, I Want You to Want Me is a great example
right,
of phenomenal guitar. So
right.
I would even put the Edge in there too.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Early Edge, before Edge found his sound as a
Right,
soundscaper kind of guy,
right.
really, was coming from that school, of guitar players,
That's a
and then
great example. Yeah,
Edge became more of that. I call him a soundscaper kind of guy. Brian
right, right.
influence, kind of where it's atmospheric, and then he puts in those notes.
Right, right. I like how you say that before he became the Edge. That's another great example of
Yeah,
a
like
guitar player who's not the most, again, not the most like like Yngwie Malmsteen or like Kirk Hammett or whatever.
I'm just thinking of like Sunday Bloody Sunday, I Will Follow. Some
Right.
artwork in there.
Have you heard his guitar work on Gloria, one of the early songs, you too?
Two Hearts Beat is one. I love
Dude.
the first U2 albums. The first
Yeah,
two.
first two, Boy and Gloria. I'll be
And
honest with you, you two should have stuck with that sound.
then, Gloria's on War.
So Gloria, okay, so it's 3 albums. So Gloria is on their debut. I think it's called October something.
Over.
Then you have Boy,
Yeah,
which is, remember that picture with the boy in front, and then you have War.
yeah. And then they started to change, and I still love that album, The Pride in the Name of Love.
Right, and then completion of the change in Joshua Tree, which is
Yeah,
a total different you too.
it's a great album. I love Joshua Tree, but forgive me, Joe Silkman, because I know he loves you too. I much rather hear early you
Yeah,
two than
one
anything,
100%.
because that's, I think, like, well, they were following the new wave sound that
But
was
it
going.
was fantastic. And remember how Cheap Trick had an influence on new wave, right? Like the power pop.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I feel like any power pop band had an influence on new wave.
Oh,
And so his guitar playing was sort of similar, where one of his best sides, I'm gonna say the edge of, I forgot which song was it, but the guitar playing was like down 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 wow wow, like, dude, I'm like, it's something about like you said, like Robertson and the Edge, they know how to fill the guitar out and like make
and
it work in like in a pop song or whatever.
I thought of another person who knew how to blend melodic and almost
Alex
technical.
Lifeson.
No, Neil Schon in Journey.
Oh, how can we forget him? He's
Listen to
so
Journey,
influential.
like he's ripping. I mean, we talked about him in Santana. He was in Santana.
Yeah,
And
he's legendary.
so and now in Journey, which is corporate America radio, ripping freaking guitar solos in these love ballads, Open Arms, Faithfully.
Hmm.
And Neil Schon was no joke. I don't know the guy's name, but the guy in REO Speedwagon too.
Oh yeah, he's another one. Yeah. Those are great examples. And again, going back, I feel as though that all of them were influenced with the guitars, like Robertson, for example,
Yeah, yeah.
Robbie in the band,
I mean,
and
I don't count Boston because I Boston's guitar work is like Iron Maiden. You know what I
Oh
mean?
no, Boston, that dude, the most
Arm, yeah.
Yeah, no,
That's a guitar. That's a technical guitar thing.
right. It's
Someone,
like Richie Blackmore too. Like these dudes are insane. Like Tommy
yeah.
Iommi, I forget.
Oh
Like
yeah.
these,
And I would even say Styx, Tommy Shaw, and I don't know the other guy's name, but
yes, yes,
they knew how to. They weren't shredders, but they
no,
knew how to put it in a pop song, and that's such a that's so many artists we name, but that's a talent.
yeah,
That's
one
talent
hundred percent.
play in the genre you're playing in metal. Of course, you have to overplay. That's what it's about.
Yeah, yeah.
And even in classic rock, Jimmy Page knew when to overplay and when not to, and when
And
to
that's his brilliance.
yeah, you know. I mean, Blackmore always overplayed. That's what I.
Wait, do you know that song? Oh, I forgot the song. It's on Machine Head.
Pictures of
Oh, yeah, pictures of you. Like he'll just go like, first of all, Richie Blackmore's a genius, but then
oh,
he'll hit the like, like you can tell he's like
oh yeah, he just
showing off.
turned 80, I think, recently.
Oh, oh, nice.
Yeah, he's looking good too.
I know. I don't know how he does. Like he looks really good for his
Amazing.
age. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
I know we said Ian Gillan doesn't look that good. Great.
What happened? I mean, Ian Gillan, I love, but Ian Gillan still ass off, but he just got older.
Like
And
he definitely did not age well. I wonder if it was like I don't know if he was a whatever like rock and roll lifestyle or
oh yeah,
drugs.
yeah,
Because Blackmore looks good.
yeah, yeah. Blackmore looks like he did in the 70s.
And you know who else looks good? Ringo Starr too for his age.
Ringo. It's so funny how some of these guys look horrible, and then some of these guys look. Like Ringo looks dapper. He looks amazing.
Good. Like I want to age like him.
His face looks good, and I don't
Yeah.
maybe he had work done. I don't know, but like Mick Jagger looks a little scary when you look.
Oh, you know, Cheech, you know who looks scary? Speaking of Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, Keith Richards looks frightening. Like
He does. But I don't know how that guy's still alive now. But like Ringo looks like amazing, and
looks
Rich,
great.
they look great. Where Gillan and Glover, they look like guys in their mid 70s, the way you're supposed to look. When you age, it's how you look. Genetics, I guess, and the way you live.
Right.
But anyway, so jumping back in, so some of the famous songs and albums the band had. Music. Let me see. Did I leave anything out? Ronnie Hawkins. Okay. Music from Big Pink, obviously, which we're gonna do. The Band, Stage Fright, Cahoots, Moondog, Matinee, 1973, Northern Lights, Southern Cross, which is a great album. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Which one, Cheech?
Northern Lights, Southern Cross.
It's been. Oh, I have to listen to it. You know, it's funny. I listened to a few tracks on it. Like I think there was a hit on that, but I've never listened to the whole thing.
They started to lose the popularity at this point. That's why they did the movie. The Last Waltz. Some of this hit songs, the greatest song, "The Wait," which is like
legendary.
Up on Cripple Creek, "The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down," and probably my favorite band song of all time is, well, now I'm thinking "Tears of Rage," but it's a Dylan song, but King Harvest.
It's fantastic. Like that. I'll be honest. Their two albums are like I was listening to music from Big Pink.
Yeah,
Dude, all killer, no filler. Like
I like side 2 better.
oh yeah, no, and I agree. And it's funny when you say that because I agree. It's funny. They're and then the second album, I feel as though like the second album it's the Brown album, like it's just the band.
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
pulled like a Beatles move, which they totally deserve because they are the band. It's funny. I noticed that side twos are always better. Like my favorite tracks are on side twos. Which
I felt side 2, and it's funny. I don't want to. I won't spoil. I want to talk about the band so much because I'm so into them.
I think we should save it. We're gonna have a 4-hour episode on music from Big Pink. Like
so many, So, and the thing that made them really popular was The Last Waltz.
Yep.
1978 album, which
Yep.
we'll get into. Movie. Martin
Yep.
Scorsese Martin. Like, why can't I? Am I senile?
Martin Scorsese,
No,
legendary Martin Scorsese.
Baby, thank you. I feel like somebody at the temple. I don't know. Anyway, Manny, Martin Scorsese. Okay. Uh, I actually got attacked by that person the other day. You can ask. I don't know if you
Wait,
ever.
recently?
Yes,
Stop.
you can ask Tyrese. Just on his.
Dude, there's nothing like that kind of rage, man.
So, just on the side note, me and Tyrese have become, the ball busting friends. It's a constant ball busting relationship. So he's a big Lakers fan, and a big LeBron James fan. Well, I am too. I love LeBron James and stuff, But just to bust balls, sometime with a certain person at the temple who has um, a temper, and it depends on what mood he's in. You could tease him, and then he'll laugh, and that would happen sometime. I would say, I was trying to like, you're there for 8 hours, just like, complete. I want to get out of here, So he walks by, and I say his name, which I won't say on air. I said, doesn't LeBron James suck, right? And people out there, I don't mean this. I'm just making. I was making a joke. LeBron James is one of the greatest. Dr. J is the greatest, but LeBron James is definitely up there in my top 5. So I heard. So Tyrese heard it, and Tyrese is looking, and this certain person goes, "Don't you say that to me! Don't you say that to me!" And he's getting loud. Your boss is looking. So I'm like, "Oh my god, dude, come on!" So then I turn around. Tyrese is laughing. Then he comes up behind me, and he claps in my ear really loud, and he runs away.
Wait, so what pissed him off? You saying that?
LeBron James sucks, and he doesn't
So
even know who LeBron James is.
what?
Tyrese is laughing, and he's like, "Dude, he's gonna, blank you up." So I went in the back, and I got him out. I said, "Look at this, Tyrese." Then we hugged each other, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. But don't say those things to me." What happened was he was getting a lot of pressure from certain people to do their work and go, and so I am not gonna mess with him anymore. But it was all done in fun, and
Wait, I'm so confused. So he took issue with you saying LeBron sucks?
yeah. I just said I wanted him to say in front of Tyrese, "Yes, LeBron James sucks," and walk away. Because we used to do that all the time with the old crew with Allen. We would say, we would say anything we wanted. Um, so I wanted him to say that to piss off Tyrese. And he didn't. He got mad at me. Came at me, and there was a time he was coming at Devontae for a while. He just like he'll trigger people and he'll mess with them. Just like
Interesting.
just look. He has that look like.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of. Oh, anyway, but that was funny.
Like dancing through. Anyway, so any more about the Hawks or the band?
No, I want to say it for Big Pink.
Okay. So now this is hard. There's 100 songs on the Basement Tapes, and we could probably do another 40 episodes and not even scratch the surface.
Yeah, yeah,
We're on 36, getting really close to 40.
yeah.
Which is great. So I only picked a few that I really liked, and then
Great.
and then you throw in the ones you like. I mean,
Right.
like my favorite one, Quinn the Eskimo.
Right,
and that,
and it's funny because it's also worth Cheech, because for our fans out there and people new to Bob Dylan. So you mentioned that there were probably recorded 100 songs, right? The thing is that, but the album only includes like 30 of them or whatever, like not even all of them. And the one that you love is not on the album that was released officially by Columbia.
I did put one on there by Peter, Paul, and Mary. You Ain't Going Nowhere.
Right.
Which they did a great job. The Byrds did one, and Fairport Convention took one. So the acid tapes, which we talked about earlier in the other episode, they were like he's the original bootlegger. He's the original guy who, mixtape guy. As
Right.
So these bands, they took it and they made hits out of these songs. Dylan was making so much money.
Oh yeah.
On royalties.
Like royalties. Yeah.
Oh, forget about it. I should look up his net worth. This was probably way up.
Actually, let's see. Actually, Bob. Yeah, he must be getting like
Got 100 million.
royalties like crazy. If we look
200,
at his current net worth, dude,
200
$500 million.
out of here.
My boy is rich.
How much is
And
it?
he says, and look at what it says, Cheech. So, and by the way, this is according to AI, but who knows how accurate it is. But this includes income from his music catalog, royalties, touring, and other activities like his art and books.
Well, it's art we're going to get into in the next episode.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's the Beatles? If he's 500.
Oh, Cheech, actually, fun fact too. Dylan, apparently, according to AI, he sold his entire songwriting catalog to Universal Music Publishing Group for $400 million in 2020. So that's how he got it up.
400 million.
400 million. Like, dude, 100 million is already like so much. So much money.
He pulled a John Mackey on us.
Pretty much, he jumped ship, and during the same time.
Yeah, because they probably knew.
He's smart. I mean, he's smart.
They knew it was going to happen with the economy. These guys just know. That's why Mackey probably did it.
Right.
They just know the climate and stuff. They so that's amazing. That's unbelievable. So jumping into the songs, the ones I picked were just the ones I listened to. I was like, I'm not gonna go through 100 songs. I'll lose my mind. You know what I mean? So
no.
I would say I didn't break down Quinn the Eskimo, but that's my favorite song.
Right.
Out of the Basement Tapes, and I didn't analyze it, but it just, for me, it's my childhood. It reminds me of being a kid. My dad was painting on
right.
I'm listening to this pop in my head,
Right.
That's cool, So, and it's such a great song, but the way, and it's so funny how people make the songs that he wrote better.
Yeah, that's what usually ends up happening, which is so funny.
I mean,
and the ultimate example is Jimi Hendrix's cover of Along the Watchtower, which both are good. Both are good, but he just made it better.
And I'm putting Tears of Rage up there.
Yep, with the bands. Yep.
Better on music from Big Pink. So I didn't go crazy with analyzing.
No, that's perfect.
So I love this track, and I sent them to you too. So out of the 26 tracks, out of 100 tracks, they put 26 on album. We're talking about the Basement Tapes. Some of them went missing. So there's some, maybe they made it to the 1993 catalog.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked it up on eBay. It was $500. So, and then there's some tracks that are sitting around in Woodstock in somebody's basement, And I wondered about the house. I wonder who lives there now.
I wonder if it's a museum or something.
I hope it. Look that up. I hope it's something
historical.
Yeah. Because they did that with Abbey Road, right? Is Abbey Road just like a museum now?
Well, Abbey Road and the Beatles.
Yeah, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it's a museum and it's still a studio.
Yeah. Because I know somebody who went there. It's $1 Million Bash. Now the lyrics are about a party where everyone is having a good time, and there's a lot of chaos. A brawl breaks out. It's whimsical lyrics, loose improv, characters in it: Widow Henry, Brother Bill. It's a wild party. That's basically what I got out of it. I don't know your take on it.
No, I want. It's so joyful. It's so fun. And it's funny because I don't think no one. It's a shame it wasn't recorded by someone else, or
Could have been.
No,
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it sounds like a hit.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there could be other artists. That's a good AI question. How many bands recorded stuff off the basement tapes?
Actually, let's see. Let's see. How many bands recorded stuff? Let's see if AI knows basement tapes. Let me see. Oh, so I wouldn't know. But so I see it doesn't know, but we have Manfred Mann, the Birds, Peter, Paul, and Mary, as you mentioned.
Fairport Convention, I think, was one.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't tell you though.
I'm surprised Zeppelin never, Page never really wanted something. He's, stole from every other blues artist. And I was watching a funny thing about Page. I meant to send it to you when he was like 15 years old and he did the skiffle thing. You ever see that?
No.
The little kid on a BBC show, and he's playing skiffle, and they're asking him questions and stuff, and it's like little Jimmy Page, and you could tell, like, he always had that. Page always had an anxiety about him. Even in interviews, he's like fidgety and like always kind of nervous. Even as a kid, yeah, just kind of. It's really funny. And then I follow his daughter Scarlett Page on Instagram, who's like a famous photographer, and she posted on Jimmy Page's birthday. She's like, "It's my dad's birthday," and it was a picture of Jimmy Page. I just thought that was hysterical. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Wish my dad was Jimmy Page. Nice groove, nice chorus, and this is going to be said a lot with harmony, because the band has that harmony.
Yeah, yeah.
And nobody has. Like, that's another thing. Beatles had their harmony. Fleetwood Mac has their harmony. Allison.
Yep. Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young.
Oh, I gotta,
they're famous for their harmonies, and the band. Their harmonies are so underrated.
Yeah, the harmonies and they're so unique. Nice chord changes, catchy song, cool organ. Another guy like Garth Hudson.
He's another one. So talented.
Not Keith Emerson, not Rick Wakeman, but especially on music from Big Pink. The guy really could play. Plays, and Dylan really, on this song, he sings really, really good. And I had to make sure, because after a while, your ears start to play tricks. Who's singing?
Dude, you know what's funny? When I was listening to the Basement tapes, I had to, and that's why it's funny how when we were listening to John Wesley Harding and Nashville Skyline, like you see Dylan developing this voice. Yeah. Now, I don't know where he had a coach or whatever he was learning from. Let's say like Richard Manuel or Rick Danko.
Good point.
But I couldn't tell anymore who was singing. I'm like, wait, who is singing?
I bet you, because he recorded the Basement tapes before John Wesley Harding, I believe.
Right.
I bet you he picked up from. I mean, these guys are singers. Like these guys are no joke. They're all. I mean, they're in a different style than Ian Gillan and Plant. But the way that they sing, it's almost like in between the Beatles and Robert Plant. There's a middle ground. That's how they sang, or even like Jim Croce or Cat Stevens, that kind of soft rock kind of sounds.
Yes.
So it's in between all that. He probably picked up from either Richard Manuel or Danko, because they those guys are just so good. So any thoughts on $1 Million Bash?
No, just fantastic tune. I think you, and I'm happy that you're picking some of the, like, if someone's not going to listen to the whole Basement tapes, which is understandable.
Yeah.
That's one track where you can kind of see the magic of this album and bootleg. What do we call it? Mixtape, bootleg.
Yeah. And I don't know if you watched the documentary. Did I
I saw
sent you?
some of it. Yeah, I kind of ran out of time, but I did see some to prepare for
It's
this.
funny how Robinson was talking about when I don't know who was living in the house, um, Garth Hudson or Manuel. He said, let's record in the basement. So Robinson knew some guy who was an engineer and built studios. And he goes down there and he's like, no way. You can't use this basement. It's a cement floor. It's like, reminds me of my basement. There's a furnace. He said, well, what if we put a rug down? He goes, rug? He goes, you can't bring equipment in here and record this. And then Robinson said, this is before anybody, this is why it's legendary too. Add this to the list. Nobody recorded in a house. No one ever did this. They're the first band to record in a house.
It's very influential. Yeah.
Was it 67? 1968 or 67.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nobody did that. So not only did they record in a house, they recorded in a crappy cellar, and this is what they came out with. So the recording isn't the greatest, like production.
Right.
But, you could say that about the Grateful Dead too. Some of the Grateful Dead production is like they just hit play and record, and that doesn't
Right.
matter.
Right.
It matters,
Yeah.
And that's always been my thing about the Stones too. Like, I never was impressed with the Stones, and me and my cousin would argue about this. I was never impressed with their production, but you don't have to be because the songs were there. It was just because they're such a raw band, opposed to like Led Zeppelin's production, unbelievable.
Right.
Stones, the Dead, they just had this. They didn't care about production. They just like hit play and record, and like we'll go with it. We'll just mix it.
Mm.
I like that attitude.
Mm.
And I don't like things overproduced either. I like things raw.
Right.
Steely Dan, when you compare Basement Tapes to Steely
Oh
Dan.
no, they are representative of overproduction and I would argue the Beatles. They're not.
For what they had to work with. Yeah.
They were influential in that they were a studio. They used the studio to full effect, but if they were playing live, that's not how they sound.
I think the Beatles, brain dead. Who's the engineer?
George Martin.
George Martin. He would take a 4-track and make it an 8-track.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they did what Les Paul did. Like Les Paul invented the overdub, and the Beatles, they took, so for what the limited amount of like, studio gear that they had, like in 1964, the Beatles made it sound great. George Martin made it sound great. He was their Terry Brown, which is like amazing. And now with the Beatles had, you can record in your phone. Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. Like, we have more technology in our phone if you download apps and shit to get what the Beatles had to record probably on Sgt. Pepper.
Yeah, you can make your own basement tapes. You can record.
Well, actually, the basement tapes were recorded on a 2-track.
No, I'm simple with the phone. I mean, that opens up. You can just record.
Oh yeah. I've done that. Well, that's how I record all our practices with Potter's Field, just to practice, and it comes out pretty good, But like, I mean, we released. If you go to SoundCloud, we released a bunch of stuff. We have a thing on SoundCloud from live shows, and it is about the room. Like I think we did Big Fat Chicks. If you go to our SoundCloud, there's like 4 or 5 songs you can hear us on. And we recorded Big Fat Chicks in Ron Black's beer hall.
Cool.
That is a great room to record. Oh my God. Like phenomenal. Okay. So now this is where it gets real interesting, and we, being on the Holy Week and Easter, and sad that Pope Francis passed away today. Really, really sad. This song gets into the whole like Old Testament. Lo and behold. Now is that from the Bible?
Okay, let me pull it up. Lo and behold.
Yeah, is that a phrase?
So, like that phrase? No, I don't think it's a phrase.
It says one of the key phrases of the Old Testament prophets in the King James Bible. Uh,
Oh, you're right. No. It is. It is. Yeah.
So
That's actually true. Yeah. Lo and behold, he will if you read like the prophecies books in the Bible. Yeah.
yeah. Um, so there's a reference to that as the title. The song Dylanologist said the song reads like a tall tale. The
Hmm.
self-discovery, search for meaning, transformation, poetic lyrics, life, love, relationship, self-discovery, and longing. That's basically what I got for that one.
Hmm.
I don't know how you feel about.
No. Pretty good. Good tune.
Yeah, it's a
It's
great
excited
song.
too. Great tune.
And I love the again Dylan putting in the Bible.
Yeah. Lo and
You know,
behold, it's a phrase. I mean, it's common now, but maybe not common, but it's when like the prophets would say, look and see and look like
yeah, like
behold.
lo and behold,
Mhm.
Cheech and Manny shows here. Uh,
Sure.
so musically, it's a folk vibe, nice rhythm and keyboards. It's
Mhm.
almost spoken word. I didn't put who sang on it. I should have done that. Great harmony, choruses, nice organ. Uh, so I didn't put who the singer was on that one.
So that one, I think it's Mr. Let me see right now. I'll tell you right now.
It's so confusing,
I know it's weird because they kind of like their voices are kind of, and the only one I could tell is apart is Rick Danko because I can hear he has a strange vocal delivery.
I could tell
Um,
well now. Because he has that haunting. It's very haunting. His
right.
Richard.
So and lo and behold is Mr. Dylan.
Okay, and it's not like the Beatles. You could tell right away when you put a Beatles track on.
No. Yeah,
Singing
exactly.
or George. You know what I mean? You could
No,
totally.
this one's hard, and it's crazy because their voices like talk about the harmonies. Their voices start melting at one point,
Yeah,
and I was like, "Wait, who's singing?" It's funny. On Did you include in your list Orange Juice, the Orange Juice song?
I didn't. No.
Okay, so that would be my favorite, and it's funny because I just a quick because our audience so they can see you go from odds and ends, right? Uh, the opening track that has Dylan on vocals. And then I thought Dylan was on Orange Juice Blues. I thought that was his voice.
Yeah.
And because the way he's singing is like, I had a hard time waking this morning. Like I thought he was doing that weird voice he does. And I find out it's Richard Manuel. I
Really?
was like, yeah, it was crazy because I thought, how Dylan has that blues voice?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no
Yeah.
more. Like, and I thought it was him because the way he, I mean, I'm not a singer, but I love the song because like I had a hard time waking this morning. I
Yeah.
got out, and I thought it was his voice, and to find out it's Richard Manuel's singing, I was like, dude, that is. I mean, it's just crazy how the voices blend. Maybe you're an expert on the music. Maybe it has something to do with the mixing and like the muddy sound. Like,
Yeah. Well, the thing that engineers don't want, which I disagree with because I'm old school, is bleeding. So when instruments bleed into each other, it creates this kind of distortion or this kind of sound. Now, this is
mm,
something modern music does not bleed. You listen to Black Sabbath's first album, everything is bleeding into each other. Oh,
mhm.
the guitar and the bass are meshing together. It's like playing live,
Right,
It's
right,
kidding me. And a lot of engineers would be like, it's not good to do that because you don't want the songs to mesh together, the music to mesh,
right,
bleed. And I'd be like, no, I want to sound like humble pie in the studio. I want that,
right.
but it's gonna sound distorted or. But they had told Sabbath that, and Sabbath recorded on an 8-track, and Sabbath is like, we're playing live, just hit play and just shut up. You know what I mean? And that's how genius that album is. And this is just like that. Everything is bleeding together. There's no
Yeah,
they're not mixing down the guitar. They're not. This is all on a 2-track. If the bass wasn't loud enough, it was gonna stay that way. If Rick
Mm.
was on 5 and he went down to 3, well, he can't redo unless they redid the whole song. That
Right, right.
kind of, so. And I wonder how many takes they did these songs in. Probably, I think they just hit play and record and just.
To be honest with you, I think they just recorded. I think there's no takes.
Yeah, it wasn't like let's listen to the playback on that one.
No, it's like a jam.
Yeah, yeah. This one I really like. Going to Acapulco.
Mm-hmm.
The lyrics is a trip to Mexico, an escape and freedom, longing and searching for a better life. The tone suggests that they might not find a better life, the person. Struggles, being tired and worn out. Basically, that's the concept that I got. Going on vacation, but maybe making it, a permanent vacation. Like they want to stay there, So that's the vibe I got from it. Lyrics, nice groove, very mellow.
Mm-hmm.
Passionate lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
Great chorus again with harmony. It's a great story being told. Great guitar riff and organ. And it's just a straight ahead song. It's just really like a straight ahead song.
Mm-hmm.
And Robinson, you start to Robert my brain is I'm going to say Robbie Robertson. You start to hear, his development.
Mm-hmm.
He's not ripped. He's not like next album you're going to hear him really go great, but you start to hear what he's capable of doing. So any comments on that one?
No, a fantastic tune that reminds me of. It's funny. It's also the most blonde on blonde sounding song.
Good point.
Where I feel as though, like, let's say if they recorded something like this, I could see why Dylan would be like, all right, I like this, but I need, like, I'm looking for another sound. I'm not looking for this Americana, because it has that weird sound that not what I'm saying weird. On Highway 61 Revisited, that song, I'm going down to Juarez. Remember the Juarez song?
Yeah.
Like, it has like cool, like.
Oh, yeah.
What was it called?
Was that the song about prostitutes?
Yeah, down in Juarez.
Yeah.
See, that's the sound Dylan was going after, but the band couldn't, like, I guess. But this one, you kind of hear it.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think maybe that's why he was happy with the band, but he scrapped it because he knew he wasn't going to capture. If they put this stuff out, it would have got ripped apart by critics because of the production. I think, the songs were there,
right?
And I think it just wouldn't have worked. I think John Wesley Harding was a better choice at that time, and also maybe it was successful, maybe because the band became successful in 1975. The band was nothing at this point. So if they put it out, maybe the band would not have been the band. They would have been like, "Oh, these guys suck. This is like just like muddy recordings and that kind of."
Right. Well, the thing is, I know they recorded these songs, but I don't exactly know what their intention was, but it, like you said, Dylan didn't want nothing to do with it. Like, he says, like, I just want to play and find myself a little bit. And
well, there's some debate over why it didn't come out. The record label put a lot of pressure on Dylan to put out,
like, the recordings that we hear in basement tapes.
No, well, they wanted him to do a new album, and he was either going to do John Wesley.
But you know what my point is? Like, with Dylan, like, why would you release the basement tapes? Like you would have, these were like demos.
Yeah,
like, and it's funny, he kind of started that, which as a little
he started indie rock.
Dude, he started indie. So get this. So he, first of all, rappers. He did the mixtape concept.
Dude,
he did an underground concept. Literally, no pun intended, in the basement. And then he started indie rock. And dude, and it's funny because you mentioned, why he didn't, release this, but this is Manny's opinion. No one fact check me. It's my thinking that um that when they recorded this, Dylan's like, all right, guys, like, I'm trying to do his voice, like, uh,
You
let's
sound
just
like
play,
Doctor.
man. Let's just.
You sound like Doctor. Oh.
I'm trying to do his voice, like. So he's probably like, let's just play, guys. Let's just play. And the band's like, oh, okay, all right, let's do this. So they start playing at Woodstock, and the band was like, yo, Dylan, we're making some gold here. And he's probably like, nah, burn it, burn it. This is not gonna go out to the public. What? And then probably like Robert's like, F you, like, no.
Yeah.
And these songs show up on music from Big Pink,
Yeah.
and they became successful. Now, had Dylan released this, maybe he could have pulled like a White Album thing, which imagine, like, he did Blonde on Blonde. And you're right, it wouldn't have been successful, maybe.
No.
And Wesley Harding, which, by the way, very similar sound, but not entirely, because Wesley Harding goes with another route. And then, yeah.
More produced.
And then Natural Skyline is just country. Like, that's
you had Bob Johnston, engineering, and I mean, Bob Johnston is not a Terry Brown, but at the same time, Dylan's very easy to produce. Me and you could go in 1968 and produce his album. I mean, and engineer it, because it's not like, going to be hemispheres. Basically play and record, mix it a little bit. He wasn't thinking about, it's got to sound like Sgt. Pepper's. He didn't care.
Right.
Another guy didn't care about production. He just, he started to get into fade outs on John Wesley.
That's a great point. Like, he's not. It's funny because when you listen to Bob Dylan, he's not. It's not like listening to Yes or the Beatles or Rush. Like,
you listen to like Roundabout, like that's produced. Eddie Oxford, I think his name was the producer for Yes. Terry Brown.
It's kind of like punk rock. So Dylan influenced punk and indie.
Yeah, punk rock. Those guys didn't care about production.
No, they just record. And it's funny. And just a little side story, just because it's in my head. The Clash, when they were, they had that thing like Dylan with, let's just record, man. Like, who cares? Like, we don't care about, we're punk. But then when they took themselves, not to say that they didn't take themselves seriously, but on London Calling, they said, you know what? No, we need a producer. We need to. And obviously they created the legendary London Calling, which is not punk at all. But most punkers just hit and record. And actually, it's a known secret with, like, let's say, like, Nevermind the Bollocks, the Sex Pistols. They were manufactured, though, at the end of the day, like, producer wise.
Oh yeah, they were like Malcolm McLaren was
McLaren.
Like, is it McLaren?
McLaren, I think McLaren, like the car.
Yeah,
Malcolm
McLaren. I think he was kind of like the guy who, God forgive me for saying this, who put the Backstreet Boys together, or New Kids on the Block.
Right.
But he said, look at these crazy punks in my store. Johnny Rotten.
Wait, did he own a sex shop? Did you tell me that?
Up in England. And these crazy kids would come in. And I think he met Johnny Rotten. And then he met the guitar player, Steve Jones. And Sid Vicious hung around. He was young. I think Sid Vicious was real young at that time. He was young. He might have been 16. And they had another bass player before Sid Vicious, who played on Nevermind the Bollocks, basically. Sid Vicious only played 2 tracks. But then he's seen, well, when we do the punk episode, Malcolm
McLaren, which is coming.
He went to New York and he's seen what was happening at CBGB's, because that was already happening. And he worked, I think he worked for the Dolls. He worked for the New York Dolls. So he's happening, and nothing really was happening in London yet. And then he was like, the dinosaur rock's got to go, like Zeppelin, and, and at the same time, New Wobbin was creeping in, you know what I mean? So
right.
And then he basically was like, let me get these crazy kids and form a band. And then he invented the Sex Pistols, and genius. genius of
Right.
that, so anyway, but the going back to the Clash, they were the Rush of punk. Those guys could play, you know. They were great musicians. They knew how to write good songs. They just didn't go
Who are you talking about? Wait, who are you talking about?
the Clash. They were like the
Oh,
Rush.
well, no, but it's funny with the Clash because they started out as like very raw and punk, but then they, and my point with all this, the influence Bob Dylan has on punk in a way,
Oh yeah,
and they realized we actually need better production. We need a producer who knows how to produce and
yeah,
get the sounds that we need. And
yeah.
then that magic was London Calling, and they never looked back.
No, and then they got so successful with combat rock, and Johnny Rotten did too. He formed something in the '80s too. I forget the name of
Yeah,
the band.
yeah,
Something similar. So
yeah.
they all like went against what punk rock was. They all became sellouts in the end for money. Even Johnny Rotten, if you think about it.
They all did. I mean, that's why like the punk is so hypocritical. Like I never got behind their. Like I always thought it was cringe. Like I never because they sold out. Like what? You want to be nihilist, but you want to make money?
Well, not in the beginning. In the beginning, like the Damned and the Sex Pistols and the real English punk, they were just doing it as a statement, a nihilism, that kind of thing. And then they seen what was happening in New York with the Ramones and Blondie and stuff, and then producers started to cash in, on all these bands,
Right.
and the greatest punk bands were forgotten, like Television and stuff like that. They just became legendary. They weren't like on the radio. They weren't top names or whatever. She's credited as the first person to write a punk song, Patti Smythe.
Patti Smith.
Yeah, Patty. Patty. Is it Patti Smith?
Who? By the way, yeah, it's if you watch the Rolling Thunder Review documentary, which shout out to Joe because he's seen this, but you kind of see, I think, Bob Dylan endorsing Patti Smith.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny that no, it's funny. We just said officially on the People's Podcast that Bob Dylan has an influence on punk. I'll be honest with you, I think it's true.
I think he has an influence on everything, man.
Wait,
Everything.
would you say? I'll be honest with you. I think he's American pop rock music.
Yeah, I think he
Like it's kind of crazy.
he dabbled into everything. Country rock. Chris Christopherson said he changed the way they record in Nashville on Nashville Skyline.
Right, right.
Folk rock. The guy pioneered folk rock. Then he did electric folk. That's what
Right.
like Highway 61 revisited Blonde on Blonde.
Right.
That's electric folk. He invented that sound, and now the way the Basement tapes are coming out, it's like a punk attitude. Like F it. We're going to just.
Yeah. Well, you said it. You said it best. The way he records. It's not. And it's not that it's not even that the technology wasn't available. That's not it. It's just the way he chose to record his music.
I'm sure the Rolling Stones had the mobile studio in '67. I know Zeppelin used it a lot in '68, '69. So he could have called them up and said, "Can we use your mobile studio?" Or maybe that came later. I don't know, but like he could have got the best equipment and it wouldn't have been in a basement, like the engineer said. No, what are you nuts?
Right.
They would build studios for that purpose, for acoustics.
Right.
Okay, so we'll move on. My favorite song. This might be my favorite band song.
Right.
Years of Rage. I can't. Yesterday I was playing it. I could not stop. I mean,
fantastic song. I think it's probably the greatest on the album.
Yeah, Richard Manuel is the guy, underrated as a singer. I don't know why this guy doesn't come up more,
Yeah.
And a great piano player.
Yeah, that too.
Thing you had organ. Garth Hudson was like, he could play his ass off, and then you had Manuel who could play really good piano. So you have an organ player and a piano player. That's what made them different too.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Allman Brothers had done that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this I like because it goes back to the King Lear sequel. I'm gonna say I can't speak. Forgive me.
Soliloquy.
So whatever my
Soliloquy.
soliloquy. King Lear soliloquy. It goes back to that. Um, it's basically about being having regret. It's a bittersweet song. Promises, broken truth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, how greed has poisoned the the best. You
Mm-hmm.
know, as greed has poisoned the wealth, the best
Mm.
intent, and how even his own daughter can deny their father. You know, if you know the story of that, the King Lear. Um, some Dylanologists say it's about the Vietnam War. So how do you feel about that? I've read the Shakespeare book many years ago,
Mm.
King Lear.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, not to be confused with King Learist, who is Alex Lifeson's nickname, Learist. So
Mm.
I don't know if Neil gave him that from this, but
Mm.
so you are in the basement singing songs about Shakespeare.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty genius. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so do you see that in the lyrics pretty much?
Oh yeah, no, it's in there. It's and it's kind of crazy because for anyone that doesn't know King Lear out there, it's it's a tragedy. So the song is called "Tears of Rage,"
Yeah, yeah,
and like I think you said it best. It's technically actually a sad song, and
yeah.
and it's it's based on the soliloquy, or people have kind of like thought about it like that, and I'm not sure if do you know what a soliloquy is?
Not really. Is it like a trilogy? Is it like a sin?
It's common in Shakespeare. It's when a character or there's a scene in his play, mostly his plays, where a character is like speaking one's thoughts out loud.
Oh, okay, okay. I
For example, the famous one is Hamlet's "To be or not to be." That's the
Oh,
question. Like
yeah,
he's
yeah, yeah,
thinking out loud, and then King Lear being a tragedy, right? Like, I mean, when you pick apart these yeah, and this sounds probably like the masterpiece. Like if anything, like if for our fans out there, if you're gonna listen to any like one song on the album, this could be a good contender.
yeah,
And it's I agree with you. It's fantastic. I mean, just to point out key lyrics, we carried you in our arms on Independence Day, and now you'd throw us all aside and put us on our way. Oh, what dear daughter neath the sun would treat a father so, to wait upon him in foot and always tell him no. Tears of rage, tears of grief, why must I always be the thief? Come to me now, we're so alone and life is brief. So that sounds like a soliloquy. So I
yeah,
this dude, like, the band reading Shakespeare in, some dingy basement and writing this song, it's fantastic. And what's funny, there's some strong biblical themes too. I think on this, like, lo and behold, like you said, like the Old Testament books, like
yeah,
the prophets Isaiah and Psalms. This sounds like a psalm too,
yeah,
in a way, because just based on the poetry. But I can see why this is your favorite song and like masterpiece on the album.
yeah. I,
And the band will record their own fantastic version on Pink House.
which I like better.
Yeah.
You know,
Right. Oh, obviously, but this is really good.
and oh
Great
yeah,
song.
and then they say the Vietnam War could be in there as well. That was one
I could
Dylan.
see that. I could see that. I don't agree with that one, but I could see that.
Yeah. So amazing. So Richard Manuel, like his what's the word, like haunting vocals, pain
Mm-hmm.
vocals. Uh, mellow vibe, nice chords, beautiful song, great
Mm-hmm.
organ. Very sad song. Almost has a 50s style vibe to it. Great bass line,
Mhm.
great chorus, and the band harmony. You know, the harmony that they throw in there. In every song, you get
Mhm.
that harmony, which all four voices just kind of mesh perfectly.
Mhm.
Um, okay, so Too Much and Nothing. Once again, there's a King Lear reference in
Right.
there.
Right.
A statement
Right.
to his daughter. Nothing will come of nothing. Act 1, Shakespeare. An aging king's downfall.
Right.
Emptiness, disillusionment, a sense of mystique, social commentary. Peter, Paul, and Mary recorded it. Have you ever heard that version? It's unbelievable.
No. No.
Oh, they Peter, Paul, and Mary ized it. It sounds like it's amazing how they took, you know, how bands could make something sound amazing. Talk about harmony, another harmony band. You know, like how they can make it your own. They Peter, Paul, and Mary made it their own. It's phenomenal.
Mhm.
You know, and just like Quinn the Eskimo, Man for Man took it and made it like another song. But I don't know
Right.
how popular it got with Peter, Paul, and Mary because it probably did in the '60s, but
Mhm.
I don't think you'd hear it much now, like their other songs or whatever. You know, so but you know, so the any comments on that on the
Another
King,
great, no, great song, great tune.
you know, the King Lear reference again comes in.
King Lear appears a lot on this.
That's so weird, so odd. Like why
Mhm.
Shakespeare? You know, like what?
Mhm.
Dylan's
Mhm.
all over the Bible, Shakespeare. Nice groove, real funky guitar. That's another thing about
Right.
Robert. He gets funky. He could
Mhm.
really get nice chord progression with tension. There's some tension in those chords. Nice pre-chorus, you know, with the band singing background. Beautiful Manuel piano fills and a great bass line. You know, everyone in the band is underrated at their instruments. Sorry.
Mhm.
Oh, is such a great bass player. Levon Helms
Mhm.
has such a great swag to his playing.
Mhm.
Garth
Yep.
Hudson, I think, is the most underrated
Mhm.
musician. This is a weird song. Tiny
Yeah.
Montgomery.
And it was. Wait, what's it called? Tiny Montgomery?
Yeah.
Oh. So there's so much songs here that I gotta like. Tiny Montgomery. Is that inside three?
Think so, yeah.
Tiny Montgomery, got it. Another Dylan vocal.
Yeah. So a character who has chaos and disorder going on. A mysterious figure, Tiny Montgomery. Vivid imagery, surreal tone, wordplay about Tiny's adventures. It sounds like, you know, Mr. Jones, you know, it's one of those kind of songs. What's that other whacked out
Mhm.
Rosemary and
Oh, the Jack of Hearts one?
yeah, like it's that.
Right.
It's that kind of song. It's
Right. Right.
absurdity,
Right.
it's painting a story and it has an interesting oh no, it's not this one, it's the next one. But
Right.
it just, you know, it's Dylan. What could you say? It's just that Dylan
Mhm.
absurdness, weirdness that
Yeah. Yeah.
happens, you know. Music very raw. Uh, it's definitely the the production is not that great on it. It's very demo sounding. It has a creepy feel to it, you know. It has
Mhm.
a very raw demo production. It's a strange song, a little creepy.
Mhm.
Nice chord groove, only two chords. Nice background vocal. Um, and there's like a high pitched vocal in the back, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Uh, so it's just an odd song that I
Mm.
like because I wanted to compare it to his other absurd songs.
Mm.
It kind of fits that category of all that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, you ain't going nowhere.
Wait, just keep talking, man. I gotta take care of some. Keep talking though. Keep
Okay,
talking.
okay, okay.
Keep talking.
For those of
Keep talking.
you, just check out the Basement tapes. Uh, it's amazing, and I really feel that it's underrated, and it's so influential on on everything, on all these bands like Peter, Paul, and Mary, and Manfred Mann's Earth Band all covered the bootlegs that came out. Dylan was so ahead of his time, and I think he groomed the band. He put the band on the map. He helped the band get their sound. I think they were just a backup band, and they were frustrated, and they wanted to do their own thing. And by playing with Dylan, they learned so much because Dylan was so established at that time, super established, and the band was just really a backup band, backing up, blues artists and stuff. So, you know, check out the Basement tapes. If you have a lot of money, you can buy it on eBay for $500, and you can get all 100 songs, I believe, if it's out there. And I guess Manny will be back soon. And just a great. This is going to be a great lead up to us doing music from Big Pink. We're probably going to do a series on the band. I think. I was saying like we might.
And we're back. I, I had hit the basement.
um, I was saying like I think this is going to lead me to going down the band wormhole, and I'm just going to keep writing
Oh,
episodes.
yeah, yeah. This is the start, and it's crazy. You're bringing awesome songs, and I hope our listeners out there, like you're hearing, Cheech's songs, and you listen to this because I think your picks are very selective in a great way,
Yeah.
and strange too because I would wonder if they would have done like a King Lear album because that's kind of like there's an influence on that, like tragedy. Why?
That's an odd character too. You don't really hear people.
Very odd.
Neil would write about maybe,
Right,
Neil,
right,
but in a folk thing, that's what made Dylan
right.
so thing. The Bible,
It's
King.
weird. Is that? I wonder if maybe that's the band. Maybe like there was a copy at Pink House or something.
I bet you. Yeah, it could have been. See, those are the stories
Because
I
the
love.
band are smart. The band are intelligent. Like I
Yeah,
can only imagine. Like,
maybe one of them was reading
oh,
it,
he had a copy. I don't know.
book of Shakespeare, and they just said, because I have no idea. And to write lyrics that quick too, to write 100 songs and write lyrics. That's writing lyrics
Crazy.
and melodies really hard. Um, so you ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Dylanologist, I got this from a stream of nonsensical lyrics, held together by a chorus, a sense of restlessness, disillusionment, frustration, somebody unable to move forward, staying stagnant, turmoil of the late '60s. Could be politics,
Mm-hmm.
Vietnam War. Could be Dylan's career, where he is kind of
Right.
stagnant at the point. What do you think about that?
Mm.
You know,
No. Yeah. Great points. What
you
you
know.
just made. And famously, this is a bird song, right?
Yes, that was yeah. So you got Peter, Paul, Mary, Manfred Mann, and the Birds. The Birds did this
Right.
off the Acid demos. The bootlegs the mixtapes that got out there, and they Dylan is so. If we had to make a list, he influenced punk rock, country rock, folk,
What did he influence?
electric folk. I mean, mixtapes. So the rappers gotta throw him you know, some love because he invented the mixtape. but it won't convince some people of that. Um, so if I try to tell somebody Dylan invented the mixtapes to a certain somebody, I would get, I ain't listening to no
You
Bob.
should. You know what's funny? You should and text me the reaction.
I think I brought it up, and he's like, I don't want to hear about Bob Dylan. I'm like, I said, Huey Newton liked Bob Dylan from the Black Panthers. I mean, that's you would think that would be two different worlds, but he even influenced them to cross over because he wrote about one of the Black Panthers who was in prison. So the guy was. It's amazing. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
And no offense, he may have invented rapping too.
What's the song with the cards where he's
Dude,
singing?
Subterranean Homesick Blues is a rap.
It's a total rap. He invented rap. Bob Dylan.
I mean, someone heard this and was like, "Oh yeah, one the feet." Well,
the rhythm is a scheme. The rhyme. It's a rhyme scheme of a rapper,
right?
which he probably got from jazz, like bebop singers, like
Right, dude. That's not, dude, because that's not folk.
No, Ella Fitzgerald and Pearl Bailey would rap, kind of scatting. They called it. I think it was a scat. That's where rap comes from. And if you want to learn more about our rap, check out our rap episode, going way back with Daquan and Mark. In our early episodes, that was like episode 3 or 4, I think.
I want to re-record a new episode on rap, but this time tackle more like delve into like the history, like more detailed.
Yeah.
But just us, because I want to, because the art of rapping is interesting. It has its soul, and it's funny because it's a shame. Like some people don't want to listen to Bob Dylan because, no offense, rapping is a form of poetry. And it has its origins, like rhyming schemes. The poets, like Shakespeare, I'm sorry, he didn't invent the rhyming scheme, but there's a certain rhythm and on meter that you got to follow in certain like poetry. And
Robert Frost is king of that. Robert Frost.
I mean, no offense, every hip hop artist and rapper has to indebt themselves to people like Dylan and poets because they were doing it first.
It goes back to poetry. It goes back to Shakespeare. I think the only people who probably like someone like Tupac would admit to that, because Tupac had that artsiness.
Yeah. Oh, shout out to Tupac. Yeah, Tupac was so intelligent. He would have acknowledged that.
Tupac had that rhyming scheme, that Robert Frost metric, I am, Anapest, because he studied. He went to a high school of arts.
There we go.
So he kind of knew his stuff. It wasn't just like, he was learning how to rap on the streets. He was kind of, studying.
Well, you had to learn how to play with words like Dylan. Like Dylan was a master of, and that's why it's funny because with the band, they wrote really good music. Like they're like insane. But obviously Dylan is on another level in terms of his lyrics because he's able to put words together and rhyming schemes and like the songs you just mentioned. I mean, he's able to create, and this is just a mixtape or basement tape version. Like imagine if you went out to record it, an actual, professional recording of the song. And obviously the band took a lot of his music, like Tears Rage and This Wheel's on Fire, and recorded their versions of it. And and Peter Paul Mary's, and like, dude, this guy's a lyricist. Like he knows how to create magic.
Genius, complete genius, man. So You Ain't Going Nowhere. Nice guitar strumming, great chords, great feel, nice drums, amazing chorus with the band doing the harmonies. Has a down home feel, great song. And once again, as you said, the Byrds covered it in 1968. So here you go. Dylan is being covered by some of these great artists that are just taking.
And he was already covered, like that. But with the Byrds, he was already covered. I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't for Dylan, there would be no Byrds.
Oh yeah,
because they pretty much the Byrds. I always felt like the Byrds took Dylan's music and Beatles-fied it. Like they just made it more like the.
and Rickenbacker guitared it. You know, they had that Rickenbacker guitar
Oh,
sound,
yeah, ricked it. Yeah, they ricked it.
and it's like Mr. Tambourine Man. You know, like they covered that one. The Birds are underrated. You know, such a great band.
They're so underrated, and they had an influence on George Harrison of the Beatles because when you hear their music, he was inspired. It's just crazy seeing like geniuses inspired geniuses,
Yeah, yeah, I
like
know.
Roger McGuinn heard Mr. Tambourine. Like if you listen to Dylan's folky one, such a great song. I love that song. But
Yeah,
then you listen to the Birds, bam, bam, down, bam, down, 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 down. You hear like the 12
yeah,
string Rick and then
yeah,
the harmonies. Hey, Mr. Tambourine. It's so
yeah.
good.
Gene,
Like they were
gene.
doing what the band and Dylan are doing on the basement tapes.
Exactly, exactly. What year was that?
Like it's
60,
fantastic.
66 that came out?
64, 65?
Even
No,
earlier?
64, 65.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The Birds were definitely way ahead of their time. You know, the Animals, Bird, and completely different than Dylan. But I'm thinking about bands. You know, like the Animals too, were another great band. Oh my God. You know, so
Their House of the Rising Sun is so good. It's what's funny, dude? I was humming. I don't know why I was singing that song. There is a house in New Orleans. You know
yeah,
how the Eric Bird has such a great vocal,
yeah, yeah,
and I heard my brother then he was singing it like across
yeah,
like where we live. Like I was
yeah,
over here, I was over here and hearing like they call the rising sun. Like
yeah. Yeah.
they're anyway. My point is Dylan covered it, right,
Mm-hmm.
and that reached the Animals, and they made it better. Like they
Yeah.
rockify it.
That's right. I forgot that. Yeah, Dylan did that too. Yeah, Dylan did it, and then Animals.
He
Oh,
started that.
again, another band takes it, rockifies it, makes it.
And
I don't want to say
it's
better.
crazy.
No, makes it more like acceptable to the public, I guess, where they can handle it more.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, like not
right.
not just a Dylan fan. Like somebody who doesn't like Dylan might be like, oh, I don't like this, but I like this version.
That's a great point. Exactly. Like, and I get it because I think with Dylan, it's funny because people have made fun of his vocal style. Like, you're gonna like
Oh
it's I remember I was watching a a critic, and he's a funny guy, Anthony Fantano. You've seen his videos.
yeah, yeah,
Anthony Fantano. He has a mustache. He looks like a hipster. He
yeah.
reviews music, and
Oh
shout out
yeah,
to him because
yeah,
great channel. Great
yeah.
channel, like Rick Beatos. Anyway, but he was talking about, I think it was Highway 61 Revisited or the movie. He didn't like the movie. I'm not going to get into why he didn't like it, but he was saying that the Bob Dylan parody voice, oh, here, like, like it's just funny, like hearing that parody of his voice. So most people don't like that, but then you have great artists like Peter Paul Mary that took in the band themselves. I mean, no offense,
Yeah,
band has 4 vocalists, and
yeah.
they're able to take Dylan songs and just no offense, they do kind of make it better. Like Tears of Rage,
Oh,
their
cheers.
version is insane.
Definitely. It's amazing what other artists did for Bob Dylan. You know, he wrote the songs, he did it his own way, and then Guns N'
Mhm.
Roses, Knocking on Heaven's Door, Tears of Rage, Jimi Hendrix. You know, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Um, so we did the music. Tears. Oh, okay. What did we just did Tears of Rage, right?
We did. You just left off on "Ain't Going Nowhere," and then I think we were talking about the Birds because that's how we kind of went in that
Yeah.
um,
I was just thinking about a shout out
tangent.
to Joe Silkman because he said he liked what episode did he like? John Wesley Harding.
John Wesley Harding, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Um,
I think he said he saw it in Aruba, which I didn't know he was in Aruba.
oh, I didn't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, he went on vacation. Nice.
And I know Aruba from the song, the Beach Boys songs, Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you.
You know,
So, Joe, shout out to you, Joe. We love you, man. Your compliments mean the world to us.
we're going to be doing presents very soon.
Well, we said presents, and then after we're gonna have him on for Desire, and eventually like a top 10 Dylan song. Like our
Yeah, that
favorite top 10.
I was thinking about that. That's going to be tough, man. That's going to be like Rush was easy for
We got
me.
to do it with Joe though. Like we got to
Oh,
do it. And it's my suspicion that Joe will have a lot of desire picks.
oh yeah, yeah. See, me and you are going to have a hard time because we're going out, like it's all fresh in our heads. Every album that the
Yeah,
guy made,
right, right,
in 1975.
right.
I think Blood on the Tracks, Highway 61 Revisited, Blonde on Blonde. I mean, John Wesley Harding. I don't know. I don't know. Where Rush is easier for me than Bob Dylan.
Yeah, same,
Or Zeppelin.
same.
That's going to take a lot of thought. So, but that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's funny because, for example, if I do a top 10 of the Beatles, that's easy for me
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
because I worship the Beatles and like I'll be like, yeah, I can tell you my top 10 right now, or
yeah.
Rush. But Bob, you're right, Bob. It's tricky because you have to pick. First of all, you have to pick which Bob Dylan do you like. First of all,
Yeah.
because you could put your top 10 could be mostly of this folk. It's folk
Right,
masterpieces.
right. You could go up to
Like
1960.
you or yeah, or do you like his rock when he became rock? And then it's like my suspicion that, no offense, like our top 10 might have a lot of blonde on blonde.
I'll tell you,
like
I don't think there's going to be anything off his first three albums for me, except for one,
yeah,
and you know the
for
song.
me also.
You know
I
the
know the
song.
song. And I think for me also.
Yeah. And the song I'm talking about was that on the second album from Jesus Christ
Second
Superstar?
one. Yep.
Yeah, that may be
Yep.
my
Either second or no, third.
yeah
Third.
yeah
I think it's third.
right before he went electric, I think. But since we've
Mhm.
been so like into the top, you know, uh, bring it all the way bring it all the way back home. John Wesley Harding, Blonde on Blonde, Nashville Skyline. They're all fresh in our minds.
Mhm.
We just did.
Mhm.
We've been on this kick, so it's going to be off of that for me. Those albums definitely. And now the Basement tapes. Jesus, like so. I mean,
Oh, I'll be honest with you. I would put just a little. I mean, and that top 10 is coming. That's what I love our show because we have so much ideas down the pipeline. It's crazy,
oh yeah,
and like I would put my top 10 of Bob Dylan songs. You know which one? And it is a shocker, but I would put Orange Juice Blues for Breakfast. I love that, and I wish Dylan and the band in the '60s recorded something like this, a whole album of blues, because they
yeah,
were so good. And imagine Dylan and Richard Monroe harmonizing.
yeah. Well, what I said
Like it would have been fantastic.
when you left, and I was talking to the picture of Jesus in your room. Um,
You know what's funny? That picture of Jesus. Do you know
yeah,
where? First of all, do you see that? Do you see the album on my record player?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got the Joe thing going on.
No. Do you know what the album is?
Is that Big Pink? No. Oh, what is that? I
Neil
can't.
Young's Harvest.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a band album. Okay. Wow.
And then that painting there, my brother made this and this self portrait of me. And
Oh,
then this I got in and this image of Jesus I got in Guatemala. So it's a
beautiful.
famous image they have down there. Yeah. But in the spirit of things, I got Harvest, Neil Young, who
Beautiful.
I would, you know what's funny? Another thing I don't know what you would think of this. What is the influence of the tapes on Neil Young? Like, I find it hard to believe that he would not have listened to this. Like maybe Crosby, Stills and Nash like played it for him or something, like some mixtape.
Was floating around the same year. Was it, they what year is the first Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young? 67, 68.
Something like that.
So it's floating around. I just think those guys maybe had egos in that band. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and I think that was a lot of
No, 100%.
what's his name? David.
100%.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? No, and Cheech, I say Neil Young. You know why? Because and obviously because he's Canadian, he's on the Last Waltz.
True. That's very true. I wonder why he never covered any.
Yeah. And this album, no offense, this album sounds like the Basement tapes in a way.
Yeah, that's a good question to ask Neil Young. Were you influenced by the Basement
I
Tapes?
would love to. Neil Young, shout out Neil Young. If you are watching this, like we worship you, man. Like you are the man.
Is he a Bob Dylan fan? Admittedly, Neil Young.
Well, you know what's funny? It's crazy because I've never seen him say outwardly like I love like John Lennon went on record, even though their relationship disintegrated. John Lennon went on record saying like I did worship Bob Dylan. I mean, I at one point. Neil Young has never said anything, and what's really odd about him, Neil Young and Dylan are kind of both similar. And Neil Young got Dylan's style, and this is just Manny's argument. No one, please attack me or fact check me. I know Mr. Joe Silkman would agree with this, but Neil Young got Dylan's style and perfected it. Like the acoustic and harmonic, he got Dylan's style and perfected it.
Yeah.
Like he created songs like Sugar Mountain.
Yeah. That's a beautiful song.
And it's fantastic. And The Needle and the Damage Done. Like
Yeah.
he got Dylan's style like way of like playing acoustic and harmonica and just perfected it.
Yeah. Amazing. You got unbelievable. You know. I mean, Bruce Springsteen too. You know, definitely.
He worshiped Dylan. He went on record. He went on record.
Yeah.
He said that those two verse records were Dylan, but then on Born to Run, he had to change up the style. And obviously on Born to Run, he became the boss.
Oh,
But
okay.
on those first two records, Dylan. Like
Yeah.
Dylan all the way. And actually, you know what's funny? If Bruce is watching this, maybe you never know. Shout out to the boss. But I would wonder if he listened to the Basement Tapes too. Like I would wonder because I hear his second record. I hear the Basement Tapes.
Yeah. Bruce Springsteen definitely. But being a Dylan fan, if you're a Dylan fan, you're going to listen to the Basement Tapes. You know, and
right.
And being a fan of the band, you're going to know prior to the Basement Tapes that the band did 2 albums with Bob Dylan. And
Right.
Blonde on Blonde had Rick Danko and Levon Helm. Wait, who played on it? Who played on Blonde on Blonde? I know Robbie Robinson and Rick Danko.
So pretty much it was the Hawks. The Hawks. But remember, we on our show we said we're not sure of, and obviously no, we know, but you know, to the extent that the Hawks like all played on Blonde, like obviously they did do some tracks.
Yeah,
but like you said in that episode,
yeah, he played on almost every.
I think he was the majority of it.
Yeah,
Helm not so much. Helm.
Yeah.
And speak about the band.
Yeah. Danko's definitely on Blonde, and the New York sessions.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not on every track though.
No.
Just on key tracks.
Yeah.
And speaking about the band, influence on Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, who talk about the E Street Band. I find it hard to believe that Bruce Springsteen did not create the E Street Band based on the band, because they had an organist, a piano player. So I'm like firing neurons right now. Like I would love to talk to Bruce Springsteen.
I love these moments when we figure things out, when we kind of break. That's right. Only thing, there wasn't a sax player, but that's what made Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Springsteen had that New Jersey. He had the New Jersey sound. That was his thing.
Mm-hmm.
He had that Stone Pony sound, but he did a piano player, he had an organ player, and it's very much like the band: bass, drums, guitar, and he had what's his name, Little Stevie.
And you know what's crazy? Everybody sang. Like one of the underrated things, and again, I would wonder if I asked Bruce Springsteen the influence, and I can only imagine what he's going to say, but the influence on Dylan and the band, because everybody sang.
Yeah.
And their harmonies kind of were resembling the band's. Like Bruce Springsteen, when he harmonizes with like even like Little Stevie, he sounds like a Rick Danko when he sings.
Yeah.
Like he has that unique vocal delivery.
There's definitely that influence that's there. That I love these moments, man. I love these moments where we. never know. We'll never know. It's just our theory. But you pick.
Right.
I wonder if anyone's ever thought of that before. Is anybody post on the comments? Has anyone ever thought Bruce Springsteen backup band, the E Street band, okay, could be modeled after the band and Bob Dylan in his mind? Did he want that kind of vibe, or he didn't want to be Bob Dylan, he wanted to be Bruce Springsteen, but his inspiration to have that. I think you're right, 100%, man. That's a great analyzation. It's genius.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Love these moments. We've done it.
No, my dude, my neurons are firing right now because I'm just thinking and it's funny, just for you were more excited about the Basement tapes than I was. So total disclaimer here. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this, but then the more I listen to, I'm like, yo, I hear Neil Young, I hear Springsteen, I hear like the influence is insane.
What it is,
like this one little.
What happens with us, I noticed, once we got off Rush, we were on this Rush kick, and we are. It's not over. Rush is not over, and Rush.
No, and we
never ending the Cheech and Manny show. That was it. Once we do the 3 albums that we.
No.
There's going to be other episodes. We may even analyze a live album. We're going to have guests on. We're going to get Geddy Lee on this freaking show and Alex at some point. I know we are.
Oh, Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, like,
we're going to get him on.
If you're watching, like, please, man, like, we just want to talk to you guys because you never know, they could watch. You never know. Like, I feel like maybe Geddy Lee's son or something is going to be on YouTube. Hey, Dad, these 2 weirdos are talking about you.
Yeah. You gotta friend their children on Instagram, follow, like that's what I did with Scarlet Page, and I was tempted to write, tell your dad about this podcast, you never know, she might be like, bloody yank.
Dude, you should. Dude, we do it. Oh man, do it, man. Because my next step is to send it to like DM it to random people or something, or hey, send it to
send this to your dad. Think, see what he thinks. You know what I mean? It's just probably like, thank you very much. I actually met
fuck you very much, son. These fucking blows.
I befriended an English girl that I've been talking to, and she I love her accent, and she was giving me some of the slang, and I told her about "fuck you very much," and she loved it. She's like, "Oh yeah, I don't use that one, but I and I did the English accent." She said, "Oh, you do a good job." So you got to hear my partner, man. So anyway,
mine's terrible. I'm just like mine's like a blah blah. It's funny. I heard Iron, and by the way, in our Iron Maiden episodes, we're not done. Like it's not. For our audience out there, we're crazy about a couple of things. Iron Maiden and Rush for sure. Yeah. I think these 2 bands are like, and we started Iron Maiden. Yeah. The problem is like we got obsessed with Led Zeppelin now too, and it's funny. Just a little quick thing about Iron Maiden. I was watching the way I get that voice. I was watching their interviews, dude. Their English, I don't understand. They're like, yeah, but fuck here, but fuck you very much, man. Like, it's like this weird. I can't understand anything they say. It's like they're mumbling. Like it's like that.
It's the East End. So like,
and you were saying that's the East End accent.
So it's kind of like if you ever met. Not as bad. Ever talked to a Cajun person from like not New Orleans, but like on the outskirts, like Baton Rouge, Louisiana? Like you don't know what they're saying. They have. I knew a kid who he lived in Mamaroneck. He was from Baton Rouge. No clue what he's saying. So the East End. Is kind of like that, and they have that, like, they talk really fast and they say, words you're just like, huh, what, but I love it. I love all accents, man. But it's so funny how
it's really cool.
People must think we are music schizophrenics because we did Rush and Maiden.
I know.
We went on a whole Maiden run. We did the first album, we did Killers, we did a tribute to Paul Di'Anno. We did all new Wobbin, every Rush album, and now we're on the complete opposite side of the team of the
I know
field.
we're like on folk.
We're on folk music and in the band, which is completely, but it's all the same, and that's why this is the people's
Yeah.
podcast, the Cheech and Manny music show, not the Cheech and Manny heavy metal show. It's not the Cheech and Manny prog rock show.
Oh no,
You know, we're you
no.
know, I mean, I gotta set time to write a Mozart one. You know, that's one I want to really dive into.
Oh yeah, no, that's dude. That's what's crazy about our podcast and the people out there. Like we didn't have to, like we love hip hop. Like
Yeah, oh,
I,
definitely.
Cheech and I are huge fans of the old school. I love the old school. Like even though I didn't grow up in the old school, like I love the old school stuff better
Yeah,
than like what I find today. Your episode on sampling that you suggested, that wasn't my idea. That was like your idea, and I was like, you know what?
actually,
Sure. And then we discovered the art of sampling.
that was Mark's idea. Believe it or not, Mark had come to me with
Okay.
that, and Mark said, "Yeah, I really like the hip
And
hop shit."
it's funny. I'm always hesitant. I would know, and I was hesitant. I was like, I don't know about that. Like, but it was really good. And same thing with the basement tapes. I was like, I don't know about that. Like, I'm thinking, okay, like why
Well,
not? But
what
then
happened?
just doing it after, I realized like it's
It's like I'll I'll get into something. You'll be like, "Let's do Bob Dylan," and I'm just like, "Oh man, Bob Dylan, this is gonna be hard." Bob Dylan, like, I know Bob Dylan, but I don't know Bob Dylan, so I got to go back to school. And I went back to school, and then I was like, "Okay, bring it all the way back home." I love that highway. Man, you have a Highway 61. You don't have to ask me twice, Cheech. Okay, you know I really like Blonde on Blonde.
no.
Keep going. John Wesley Harding, you were kind of like,
I was hesitant because that was the album I skipped.
yeah. But then we did it. It's brilliant. And in Nashville Skyline, you were kind of like, uh, maybe let's try it. And then we always talked about Blood on the Tracks, the Temple, and I forgot we even did that. And
Mhm.
that's brilliant. Um,
That's coming. I feel like that episode is so amazing. Like Joe was commenting, like love, so much love for Joe. He's fantastic.
yeah,
He was saying that he was in Aruba and it was surreal because he was listening to our podcast,
yeah,
and he loved. I'm assuming he loved the John Wesley Harding, and that was the one that was kind of like not. I was like, I don't John Wesley Harding. I'm not sure, but it turns out it's probably one of our best episodes. Like,
yeah.
and especially what we discover on it.
Yeah, we discovered that, and then what I was gonna say with me is I go down the wormhole with an artist, and now the band pops up on the basement tapes, and then I'm just like, wow, I'm loving
Mhm.
the band, and then my memories start coming up. I went through a period in my 20s where I just listened to the band. I'd pop the band on, and then pop
Right.
signals on. It would be the same inspiration. Um, and
Right.
then I was in bands that covered. We did. I remember King Harvest and all these, other great. The night we throw old Dixie down and all that. So I did a lot of band covers and stuff. So I said,
Hmm.
got to do music from Big Pink. Then I went down the wormhole, and I can't wait to write the second album now. I'm like, I'm going down the
Oh,
wormhole.
I'll be honest with you. I think we should do no, dude. In honor of Richard Manuel and like because I discovered how great of a vocalist he is on the bass.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. The basement tapes taught me so much. Like I did not know. I'm like, huh? Like I
They,
forgot Richard Manuel sang, and actually, I'm surprised
yeah.
he didn't sing more.
And what happens with the band, in my opinion, and if you're a band fan, don't hate me. They peak at a certain point, and the albums aren't as
Yeah.
good. 75, I think
Hmm.
Northern Lights, Southern Cross was the last album. Then they kind of are desperate, and then they do the Last Waltz, and it was over at that point. So like they
Hmm.
did only 5 albums. Like I mean, they did. Yeah, I think they only did a total of 8 albums. Because if you or not
Yeah,
even,
it was like a short run. Yeah,
I think
it
their
wasn't a lot,
prime,
and it's crazy because their best selling albums were I think their first three, I think, and like you said, then their popularity kind of waned.
their first 3 are amazing. just like Creedence, the first 3 albums, 4 albums, but they didn't have the
Yeah.
power that other bands had, like the Beatles, like Led Zeppelin, like Dylan. They didn't have that. Like Dylan was on a run. He had some great albums. The band peaked at 3 albums, and then they called it quits in '76. They didn't have a long run from 1968 to 1976. In retrospect, compared to other bands, it's not that long. It's like 7, 8 years. So that's when they stopped, and they did the Last Waltz, only to take a break. And that break, Robbie Robinson said, "I'm taking a long break," and he never rejoined the band. They had another guitar player. They toured with another guy for a while. It's in the episode.
Yeah, no, I know the band. I've seen them play shows in like the '80s or '90s, but without Robbie. Like they never
Not the
got
same.
together with them, as far as I know.
Yeah. And then
Oh, and actually, you know what? One more thing before I forget. Remember how we talked about? I just said Springsteen and the influence on the band and their influence. So, and I think it was with the band. No Robertson. I think this was in the '90s.
yeah.
I think it was on a show, but I'm not sure what it was. Springsteen wrote a song called Atlantic City of Nebraska, which, by the way, owes its existence to the Basement Tapes, because it's not similar. Well, he recorded on a 4-track player in the attic of his house or something.
Oh wow.
So look at that influence. And then the band, Levon Helm, covered Atlantic City, and it's on YouTube. I think I sent it to you one time.
Oh.
It's fantastic. But look at that influence. It's sort of like it keeps like it's in a circle.
He probably did that on purpose. Springsteen and Levon Helms caught it. He caught the vibe of what he did. That's amazing, unbelievable. It's all intertwined, these bands, But like by '93,
Yep.
the band came out with an album in '93. They just became a touring act, like a casino band. They'd play the casinos, and they didn't really.
Yeah,
They could.
a legacy, a legacy act.
Yeah, like they would have probably played theaters and stuff, but they couldn't be playing the Garden. Their peak ended after the Last Waltz was it, and it was the end of the middle '70s. To the '80s were coming. They didn't have much. What could they have said in the '80s? Even Dylan didn't have much to say in the '80s. If you think about it, a lot of his albums weren't.
No, no. And it's funny. I would wonder if they would pulled up something the Grateful Dead did with, like, how
Well,
they had that album in the '80s and that one hit, Touch of Grey.
the Dead
Which, no offense, I see the band, they could have pulled that off.
band could have. The Dead was smart. The Dead knew. The Dead was never going away. The Dead was going to play forever, because the Deadheads from the '60s were like 20 years older in the '80s, and they weren't that old. They were in their 40s. They were still following the Dead, but the Dead, somebody in the Dead said, we got to get the younger generation. And this is right before a new hippie movement came in. The Dead, they were psychics too. So in the '90s, you had the horde bands. It was like the Black Crowes, Blues Traveler, Fish. They even put the Spin Doctors in there. I don't count them.
Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews, Lenny Kravitz would be put in there. You know what I mean? Like kind of like these '70s retro bands, and the Dead
Yes.
was like their career blew up from that song again. They became popular.
Right.
They became popular with young kids. So the young kids were becoming hippies. So
Yeah.
you had grunge kids. That's why the '90s was so great. You had the grunge movement, but you also had a huge hippie movement in the late '80s till about 1995. Black Crowes were definitely a huge.
And you had sort of like a Dylan revival with bands like Counting Crows.
Yeah.
Like you had this weird revival.
And another band, you know the Jayhawks? You ever hear the Jayhawks?
No. Oh, they sound familiar.
I gotta send you
They
them.
sound familiar.
I was a huge Jayhawks fan. They sound like the band, and they sound like Dylan. So you're right. So the Jayhawks, they were huge on MTV. So they had that revival coming in. So there was a lot, a lot of stuff. But the Dead, and then the Allman Brothers got back together in '89. So like all this stuff was coming out again, and I think the Grateful Dead had a lot to do with that song. Hitting a young generation, and MTV played. Imagine that MTV's playing the Grateful Dead with Madonna. That's how cool music was back then.
It's crazy.
I just got one more song. This is interesting. Open the Door, Homer. You know that one?
Oh yeah. And that's funny. Yeah, I was listening to the album earlier, and then this song appeared, and I was hearing the chorus, and I'm thinking, what is it? What is this song?
Well, it's taken from a Count Basie jazz song called "Open the Door," Richard. And it's based on a vaudeville skit by a comic named John Mason. Homer was a nickname for Richard Farina, a friend of Bob Dylan who died in a car accident. He was a novelist. I don't know if you're familiar with him. That's basically
No. I didn't even know that, what you just said.
Yeah. So Homer was named after this guy, Richard Farina. And it was taken from all that stuff. Count Basie and John Mason, like a vaudeville comic. I guess they must have had rap guy or something. Sad song. It has that band feel. Dylan. Oh God, I don't want to spoil the band episode, but Dylan basically
keep it for the Pink House, because that's going to be like a 4-hour episode.
He taught the band to become the band. I'm sorry, he was their teacher.
Yeah. And let's think about and again, like we were saying how like the band. We were saying that the band is legendary.
Yeah.
The fact that now Bob Dylan, being the creator of so many things, he created the band, because they were touring since the 50s with Ronnie Hawkins and stuff. But and I'm sure they were really great musicians. But with this album, you hear how Dylan transformed their sound into what they sound like, how people know the band, which is a mix of like blues, Americana, folk. Like it's an odd mix, but the band, like it's like you hear it on songs like The Weight, where the lyrics have this Bob Dylan absurdity, and the song is strange. It's like a mix of like Americana, touch of country, like so. Bob Dylan's kind of shaping this, and influence. And you hear, for example, like This Wheel's on Fire and Tears of Rage. You hear that on The Weight, for example, like that sound.
Yeah,
which is crazy how Dylan possibly made the band.
Well, he totally did, and The Weight is a great example. 5 verses without a solo in it. There's no solo in that song, and it's absurd lyrics that are. I mean, there's different people in the band have different viewpoints about what it's about, but we'll get there. I think Judas popping in. Because I'm in that 2-hour.
So sadly, the spirit of Judas is making his presence felt.
Yeah, 2 hours we did. This is gonna be a 4-hour episode.
I think it hit 3 hours. Yeah, because I don't know how we left at 1 hour plus, so it's gonna be 3 hours.
Okay, so sad song has that band feel, has a 50s feel. Nice chords, great keyboards, and a great lyrical story, great bass line, and great harmony by the band. So I see Judas is creeping in, and somebody just called me. So can you hear me?
Yeah, so you kind of went. I think it's still recording your voice, but it kind of went kind of weird.
All right, so I'll make it quick because I know I'm gonna. But you can hear me now though, pretty good, right?
Yeah, but now the spirit of Judas is felt.
Oh, no.
Okay, And with that, unfortunately, the spirit of Judas came in and interrupted our broadcast. But as always, thank you so much for watching this episode. This has been so much fun, and listen to the Basement Tapes. It's fantastic. It's not don't assume just because it's a mixtape or a bootleg that it deserves, skipping, because every track is pretty good.
Right.
So definitely listen to it.
Am I
Please, if you
back?
love what you see, subscribe to our channel for more content like this. And as always, stay beautiful, people. Peace and love, and
Wait,
thank you for watching.
could you
Bye.
could you hear me? So, in conclusion of the Basement Tapes, it's a collection of songs that are informal, rootsy, raw recordings that showcase Bob Dylan and the band's songwriting with an experimental edge. It has country rock, folk rock, rock style, and it's a legendary album. And I suggest everybody who's a band fan or a Dylan fan buy it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Um, uh, so the next thing is the cover. Now the cover's kind of funny.
It's funny. That's a reason, not recent, but that photo was not taken in the 60s.
Oh no, oh no, real. Oh, that was in the 70s,
I was looking at it, yeah, and
right?
I don't know. I'll just hit the detail, but you'll mention it. It was like in a YMCA basement.
Basement of a YMCA. Yeah,
So random.
yeah. Because I was thinking like that when I read it was in the basement of a YMCA. I'm like, why didn't they just do it in Big Pink in the house? That was done later. Um, so and there's a concept to it. So it's Dylan alongside a woman in a Miss Henry T-shirt. Now, is it a woman or is it a man in drag? I don't know.
It was at a YMCA, right?
Yeah, so it could be a man in drag. Now, on on her shirt, let me see, woman, Miss. It says Miss Henry on her shirt, and I think that's a lyric in one of the songs. Miss Henry. Um. So was it Mr. Henry or Miss Henry? I don't know. And then there's an Eskimo, which is a song. There's a circus strongman, which is a lyric in a song. And there's a dwarf, which is also a lyric in the song.
Mm.
And the dwarf's name is Angelo Rosado. I don't know. Manuel's wearing a RAF flight lieutenant uniform. Robinson's wearing a blue mafia style suit, and it's in the basement of a YMCA.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, but there's connections to the songs. So like there's an Eskimo and then the Mrs. Henry. That's all. Whatever. There's so many songs. I don't know what songs. I couldn't look that up, but it's a reference to the songs, which is really really interesting. So yeah, so that kind of wraps up the basement tapes, and I really think people should definitely don't overlook this one because of the production. It's a
No,
genius.
don't. I made a mistake. If
Yeah.
anything, every track, it's a lot of tracks. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot, but if you love blues, I mean, our younger audience might be a problem,
Yeah.
but definitely listen to it because every track is, I would say, there's a lot of killer. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. Every track is amazing, and it's Dylan's influence on what's to become the genius of the band. They learned a lot from Dylan. I mean, 100 songs. That's like going to school and writing with one of the greatest songwriters ever.
yeah,
Robinson and Levon Helms and Danko had experience with Dylan, but this is the band. And I think I think he wanted. No, that was Ronnie Hawkins. I'm sorry. Was it Ronnie Hawkins? Or was it? No. When Dylan wanted, well, they played with him, obviously. So when Dylan wanted the band to back him up for those shows in Europe,
mm-hmm.
I think it was Robinson and Levon Helms that played with him at first. And then they said, we don't want to do this without the other three guys. So it's either, either the band or you don't get us. And he said, all right, I'll take the other guys too. So that's how he talks. So he just had those two guys for only two shows. And then the band came in. And then obviously Levon Helms left. And then they just continued, with another drummer. And then I guess through that period, Blonde on Blonde came up and members of the Hawks played on it. And then he finally said, yeah, just come down to Woodstock and play with me on 100 songs. So it's amazing. So we did it. We got through the basement tapes. Not all of it. It would take us.
We would need help. We probably need like a third person to help us because it's a lot. I mean,
We
there's
need
a lot
a
of tracks.
technologist. We would need a real expert on.
No, we would need a real expert to help us break down the tracks and suggest like what are the most like emblematic or the. And you did a fine job. Like you picked the good picks and especially the covers.
There's got to be a person who's done a podcast on the basement tapes. There's got somebody who's done it that broke it down and talks about the songs. It's got to be, but yeah. So we're gonna definitely move on from Dylan to the band for a little bit. Maybe focus on their next 3 albums, and then hit Desire with Dylan, and then do some more Zeppelin. And we're talking. We're at 40, which is
40 episodes since August. I mean, I feel like we're about to hit 50.
Oh, what? Oh, it's gonna be 50, and like we should do a rush one on 50. The 50th one.
Oh, one. Yeah, with the what did he call bicentennial? What was it by? We got to make like a Rush episode, Rush theme.
Yeah, the 50th episode will be on Rush because that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of material. We covered a lot in the past months. In a lot of different types of music.
Dude, and our episodes are like classes or books.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is, and again, I just want to give another shout out to Mr. Joe Silkman, who himself is, amazing dude, intelligent, and the fact that one time he said to us, like, our show's like, he's learning so much, and we inspired his re-listening to Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
Which God only knows who else we're gonna inspire to. And it's funny, you listen to Bob Dylan, because remember how we had these talks at the temple where you saw my Bob Dylan obsession, especially with Blood on the Tracks, which is my favorite. I worship that album. Yeah. But and then you were like, yeah, Bob Dylan, like, wow, like, and then you started listening. Now you're on that Bob Dylan high. It's like, yeah, I only hope like out there, like that's our goal.
And it's funny how like you said Blood on the Tracks, and I said, yeah, Meet Me in the Morning. I used to cover that song.
No, and that stuck with me because now every time I listen to that song, I hear that bass line. That you said that bass line's strange.
Yeah, it's a tough line to play. Yeah, it's a great song, a great line. And then the band, like I went down the wormhole. I'm just like, well, okay, the band backs them up. And then, I said, let me revisit the band, and now forget about it. I want to do at least the first 3 albums by the band because I think that's worth, that's the best. Those are the best 3. I think the first 3 band albums. But who knows? Maybe we'll do 4. Maybe I'll convince you. Northern Lights, Southern Cross.
Dude, I'm a sucker, and I'm loving the band. Like at this point, I think we might do the last waltz. We might like maybe
break it down. Staple singers.
Did you hear their version of The Weight?
Yeah.
Whew, talk about soul.
No, that's amazing. It's unbelievable. They make it sound like it's an old song, like an old
yep.
Or gospel song or something.
Yep.
But and then we have to finish Zeppelin. We have
we still have to do Presence, and I'm so, and it's funny because I apologize to our audience out there. I'll be honest with you, I've never listened to whole Presence. Like,
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. Unfortunately, it's one of those I skipped because after physical graffiti, I stopped with Led Zeppelin. I know the hits, like, like Achilles' Last Stand and
Yeah.
whatever. Um, but now you're convincing me, and in preparation for that, I'm gonna binge listen to that album. But it's great because we're gonna be doing Presence and in Through the Outdoor,
Yeah.
and eventually Coda. And Coda will be like, as the name implies, the ending of Zeppelin episodes for now.
Yeah.
And all of them are going to feature Mr. Joe Silkman, our resident Led Zeppelin expert.
Hmm.
Got the Bruce Springsteen Beatles expert, and then the heavy metal expert right here. Um, I'm really excited for that because it gets me to listen to this music that I kind of skipped.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. So I think it's gonna be amazing. Um, and then I want to do the first Firm and Robert Plant album.
And that also, I'm excited for. I'll be honest, I've listened to a few tracks here
Yeah.
and there, you know,
Mhm.
but I've never really gave it a chance, especially like the Firm.
Yeah. Yeah. The Firm. Oh, the Firm. Sorry, Joe. The Firm blows away Robert Plant's first solo album. Just my opinion. I look forward to doing the Firms more than the Robert Plant, but I want to do both, and then I want to do each album, and then maybe do another show where we can pair, like, well, pick three songs off the Firm. Maybe each of us will pick like three songs off each album and
Hmm.
decide what's the better album. You know, I think I think that'll be a good thing because Zeppelin wouldn't have made it into the '80s. They might have sounded like the Firm. I think if Bonham lived, it would have sounded like the Firm, but I don't think they would have been. They wouldn't have been doing like Touch of Grey. It wouldn't have worked for them. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
that was out at the right time. They came out in the '70s, and that's when they were meant to be. You know, they wouldn't change like Rush. It wouldn't. They wouldn't have had that staying power. I don't think they would have been like. I wouldn't say they've been forgotten, but '80s technology would not work with Led Zeppelin. I think.
No, because I feel as though Jimmy Page is a genius. I mean, I have no right to talk because he's behind. And we discovered in Led Zeppelin episodes with Joe that he is on the dashboard. He is
Yeah.
doing a lot of the producing, which I didn't know. The problem with the '80s is that I don't know if this is insulting him. Unlike Rush, like Getty embracing the new tech,
Hmm.
Page never. I don't think he couldn't.
No, no.
And even if he did, it would. I think it would be really bad, like bad results. It would be kind of like Yes, what happened to Yes in a way,
That's what it would probably sound
like
like.
really cheesy. And they probably would have hired. Actually, technically, it might have happened to Rush, but we kind of discovered that the '80s albums are not as bad as people make them out to be.
No, no. Rush knew how to embrace it.
Right.
Rush embraced the '80s. Where Zeppelin, and well, Yes got real. I mean, the first 90182 was really good, but then after that, they kind of just they got real cheesy. It's a
Van
good.
Halen kind of did that with 50321 or whatever.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
crazy because Panama already started that with the keyboards. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it didn't work.
1984 is a good album.
I was
You
gonna
know,
say it did
yeah.
work. And Jump was so polarizing
Mm,
because obviously with that sound,
yeah,
but then too much. I feel like they got kind of way now they sounded like really corny and cheesy.
yeah.
Which
I think Van Halen became Van Hagar, and then
no,
David
it
Lee
was
Roth.
crazy. And Sammy Hagar, first of all, his solo records, they're not cheesy. They're
Oh,
amazing.
they're
So
really good.
the fact that kind of happened, I think that's what would have happened with Page and if Plant stayed on or whatever, or John Paul Jones.
Yeah.
Um, Imagine Page utilizing like drum machines or something. Oh, you know who that happened to? Genesis. They got, and mind you, they got to the point of now Phil Collins. Oh, I love Genesis, and stay tuned for our Genesis episodes
Oh
too.
yeah.
It's coming. Phil Collins is interesting because I think first of all he knows how to drum, and
Yeah.
yet he made the mistake of using drum machines.
Yeah.
because that was the tech, and sometimes it was too cringe, like too corny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I feel as though like mind you, it did work like on songs like "In the Air Tonight," kind of on his solo stuff,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
where it starts out with I think that's a drum machine, but then he brings out the iconic do 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 like
Great drum.
he kind of did it, but he went too far.
Yeah. And
Like
it's funny because like if you look at the '80s Genesis and you go backwards, you're like, what? What?
it's
What?
go anything past Abacav or Duke, you'll be
Yeah.
like, what the f is this?
Yeah. And then even Peter Gabriel's. Yeah, he had a good career in the '80s too.
He did, and he embraced the '80s sound on this last on the album "So," which I think was had the "In Your Eyes" hit.
I think I like Peter Gabriel better than Genesis. So in the
That's,
'80s,
that's what a lot. Yeah,
yeah, he just had better songs and wasn't as cheesy.
yeah,
Oh, Dig in the Dirt, that's pretty cool.
yeah.
Sledgehammer, as cheesy as that is, that's a great song.
It, it's probably one of the best pop tunes of the '80s,
Yeah,
and the video was
yeah.
inventive.
I mean, it really is a great song. It's a great song. So
That's an example again, cheesy, but but cheesy, and that it's similar to Rush and Time Stand Still,
yeah,
where these old heads now, and mind you, Gabriel was already a genius in the prog rock world and the art rock world. But then he embraces the tech, and he knew how to do it because he's been a genius.
yeah,
And what he did was, but then he with So, that famous album, what he did was songs like Sledgehammer. He got the sounds of the '80s. He got the old sort of like because he has like a soulful way of singing, old soul style of singing,
yeah.
R&B. It's called R&B, and created this song that stands the test of time.
I
And
mean,
it's also funny because it's one of the most overly sexual songs.
yeah, it's true.
Like it's one huge euphemism. I can be your sledgehammer.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's great, man. Like, yeah, it's Peter Gabriel was, but again, going back to Jimmy Page, and like they wouldn't know how to do it because you really need to know. And actually, Gabriel had, I think the one that produced the album was Daniel Lanois.
I think so. I'm not 100%
He's a
sure.
genius. He also worked with U2
Okay.
on the Joshua Tree, I think.
Wow.
So he's like genius in terms of how he works with the sounds of the times.
Yeah. Amazing. Unbelievable, man.
Neil Young got cheesy for a little bit in the '80s.
Yeah. Yeah, he
He
did.
released this album where he started, but he doesn't know how to do it. He started using synthesizers. It was so bad.
Yeah.
And he did the voice changer like Getty did, but Getty knew how to do it. Neil Young,
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these '80s bands just destroyed themselves, from the '70s. It just didn't work out. The Moody Blues, they had a couple
yes, yes.
cheesy
You know who
songs.
that happened to? Kind of, but it kind of worked. Tom Petty. They went from a song "Ain't Come Around Here No More."
Yeah, yeah,
He added that drum machine thing, and
yeah.
it worked. It worked.
I think I never looked at Tom Petty '80s stuff as too cheesy.
No, no,
I
no,
thought
no,
it was
no, other than
good.
that, like he tastefully did it. Like he
Yeah,
grabbed what.
yeah,
Mind you, I don't know who helped him because Tom Petty's another interesting
yeah,
singer rocker too, but he abandoned sort of um, that '70s sort of like Led Zeppelin rock model.
yeah.
In the '80s, embraced more pop conventions. Like his solo album is pure pop, and I mean, like I said, but he did it tastefully. Like who helped him, I'm not sure, but and the Traveling Wilburys.
That's a genius band.
I mean, and Bob Dylan was a part of
Yeah,
it,
Roy
and,
Orbison.
and George Harrison and Roy Orbison.
So that was a one-off, and you could only just do that one time.
Right.
But that was so cool. George Harrison had a good hit in the '80s.
He did. He embraced the '80s. Got my mind set on you.
He really did a good job.
He did, and I forgot who helped him, but he went to obscurity for a little bit. Like he
Yeah,
kind
and
of
that,
like became,
that song is good. I mean, when you
and
think
it's a
about
cover.
that's a cover song.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know that. Who did that?
I'll probably tell you right now. But that's a cover, but he kind of updated with like an 80s sound.
Yeah, he did a great job, and
And then who got kind of cheesy? Paul McCartney.
real cheesy. You
He
know, he
really couldn't like,
came off of Wings, which was so good. What a great band.
I know
And
in the 80s, like I know he gets flack with this collaboration with Michael Jackson, but I have a special heart with Cheese, but I'm not gonna lie,
Ebony,
the production is the 80s production does not suit him. And
he
I
did
think he embraced
play.
the 80s mullet.
McCartney did one album where he played every instrument in the
Oh
early.
yeah, that's McCartney too.
That's a good album, but
That
that's the
well, that's the album is strange, but that was his last one before he totally
yeah.
embraced 80s.
I don't think the early '80s don't count. It's
Fair
in the
enough.
MTV years. Like
Fair enough.
'84 on is when these bands
Right.
got really cheesy. But yeah, George Harrison did good. Ringo didn't do anything in the '80s. You
Nah,
know,
he had that one he couldn't sustain the popularity. And even if he did, I don't think it was good.
yeah, there
John Lennon made a return, but you don't count the early 80s, so we won't count
uh,
his
I w-
album.
it's still a part of the '70s. I
Right.
think you know, it
Right.
wasn't until he came when all that stuff changed. In
No,
my opinion,
no, you know what's crazy? Bands in the 70s that were already big, like let's say like REO Speedwagon, Styx, and Journey, they
yeah,
became monsters in the 80s.
yeah,
Like they invented 80s arena rock.
yeah. Early '80s,
Def
Journey.
Leppard, Def Leppard embraced the sounds. A lot of people give them flack about it, but Hysteria became one of the biggest records. I mean,
Problem with Def Leppard, like Boston, Boston has Boston came back in the '80s, genius too.
they, they
Third,
did
third,
they did Amanda.
yeah, Third Stage is a
Oh,
brilliant
and Cheap Trick.
Cheap Trick.
They came back.
Trick has some great songs in the
It,
'80s. So there's a lot of bands that got away with it. Like Boston had two massive hit albums in the '70s. Then Third Stage is overproduced, but in a good way. It's great. Uh, then Journey, after their early '80s ride, they did really good. You know, they had some Separate Ways and stuff like that. They had some good songs. Cheap Trick, they had some really good songs, except for Don't Be Cruel. That was pretty cheesy, but I won't hold that against.
I feel like with Cheap Trick, they were already kind of cheesy in a way, but they were cool. But then they got
Oh,
really too cheesy.
but The Flame, they had some good songs.
Oh
You know,
yeah, oh yeah,
like they embraced it well. They embraced
yep,
it
yep.
like some other people. They just didn't. They couldn't do it. You know. REO Speedwagon, they had some cheesy songs in the mid '80s. They started to get
Yeah, like it worked out. No, it's funny because they went from like 70s, because 70s arena rock is very different to 80s arena rock. It's
yeah.
different.
Well,
70s was
I
it
count
Led Zeppelin.
'80s too as arena rock because Journey, all their hits is early '80s. Open Arms, Faithfully, that stuff's like '81, '82.
But they're the godfathers, they're the innovators of that style.
And REO Speedwagon's early '80s because I was like in fourth, fifth grade when that stuff came out. But then when the mid '80s came out, that's when you started to lose some of these bands. You know, like I mean, even Journey had a great song called "Raised on Radio" in like
Right,
586, but they weren't doing great stuff. It was okay,
right.
but catchy. I can't think of a band that Styx broke up, you know, or they just did crappy stuff like after.
Yeah, it's funny because they had the Roboto song or whatever.
Yeah,
Kilroy was here, which by the way killed their career
yeah, yeah.
in a way. But that song is cheesy, but I like it. But sadly, they also got affected too. Like they kind of had it, but then they blew it. And actually, speaking of Bob Dylan, the '80s were not nice to Bob Dylan. Like he kind of embraced the '80s, but did not work for him. And wouldn't make a comeback till the '90s. Actually, with him, I know he had one record or two. I think towards the end of the '80s, and obviously he joined the Wilburys, which
Yeah.
is interesting. But the one that kind of thrived was Bruce Springsteen.
Oh,
He was massive, born in the USA, and he tastefully integrated a few 80s sounds, like on Dancing in the Dark.
Mhm.
But dude, he was massive. He was like one of the people that defined the 80s.
He was a genius in the 70s, and then in the 80s he was a genius. You
Yeah.
know, On Fire, all that stuff. He was really good.
And our boys, Rush.
Oh, forget
They
about it.
were the rare band that defined the 80s.
They
Not counting their 80s stuff, but dude, Tom Sawyer is the 80s.
they made it through the 80s into the 90s. Then they took the break, and then they came back in the millennial with Vapor Trails, and then they had a nice run until Rush is the most successful band out of any of those bands.
Oh,
I don't think
100%.
they're still going strong that are original to this
Yeah.
day. Iron Maiden would be, well, heavy metal's different because those bands will go on forever. But Maiden is like the only band from 1980 who has at least 3 original members in the band.
Right.
Or yeah, at least 3. So Maiden made it through the 80s, the 90s, the millennial.
Mm-hmm.
Not that their new stuff is as good as Peace of Mind, but they're
Right.
still going. You could say that, I guess, about Judas Priest, but Judas Priest broke up.
Mm-hmm.
Def Leppard, man, only 2 good. I mean, High and Dry, into the Night, High and Dry, Stereo. What you call it? The album, A Photograph on it. My brain is not working. What's that album called? Why? My Pyromania.
Pyromania.
Pyromania, great album. Hysteria, it's a good album. Then what happened? They just didn't have. In my opinion, I wouldn't know anything by Def Leppard.
You know what happened? Grunge.
Grunge.
Which,
Yeah.
by the way, I mean, dude, bands did not survive grunge. Like, if a band couldn't survive the 80s, when grunge happened, it's over.
And the
If you
same,
were not,
the Queensryche. I love Queensryche. The first album, like Queen of the Reich. Then The Warning. Then they had another album. I can't think of the name of it. And then they did Operation Mindcrime, which was the biggest thing in the world.
yeah, that was one of the biggest things in the
And
80s.
after that, nothing is good. Guns N' Roses, they had a nice run for about 3 or 4 albums. That's about it. You know what I mean? But they saved metal. Metallica. We won't. I don't know if we should bring up Metallica. I mean, Metallica.
You know what's funny with Metallica? Metallica's interesting because they're actually one of the rare bands of the 80s that embraced the 90s sort of like grunge style.
Yeah.
And it worked for them.
It did.
Like, because they kind of slow, not that they slowed things down, but like if you listen, dude, I was listening. Oh man, like Metallica, I can see why people. Did a certain worker reveal what's his favorite Metallica album?
I never asked him.
I never asked him.
He probably would say The Black, maybe.
But dude, you go from song, Ride the Lightning.
I mean, I grew up with it. I grew up with Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets, Into Justice. Right. And in my opinion, that's all Metallica. That's when I stopped listening to Metallica. Right. Don't kill me, Metallica fans, but only 4 good albums. The Black Album, okay. The Black Album has some good songs on it. Okay. But is it as good as Master of Puppets?
No, right. If anything, I think Master Puppets might be their masterpiece.
And then they did Garage Days, which is amazing. Garage Days Revisited, amazing. So Metallica, they had some really good stuff, but like,
right.
Saint Anger, I'm not going to put that on. I'm not going to listen to that. I mean, I'm not going to listen to any new Metallica.
I'll be honest, you have a hot take, but anyone that says they actually like Saint Anger, like, there's something.
Metallica made it through. They're arena band. They're still on top of the world.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
they
like
did. No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, grunge didn't kill them. If anything, they kind of embraced it on Metallica's terms.
Yeah, because grunge killed Maiden.
Oh, it's over.
But Maiden lost Bruce Dickinson. He quit right in the middle of grunge. If he stayed with them after Fear of the Dark, would they have had a chance? I don't know. But it definitely killed Maiden. It killed all metal. You know, it killed my. I always say it killed Fate's Warning. Fate's Warning should have been way bigger than what they are.
Right.
No, they should have been. 1991 Parallels came out. That was going to be the Operation Mindcrime. You know,
Right.
Dream Theater was huge at that time. Dream Theater made it into the early 90s, and Images and Words. I worshipped it, and I was like, now is my band Fate's Warning's time to make it. And then freaking, you know, Nirvana comes out the same time. Terry Brown produced that album.
Mm.
I was so excited, and they had there's a song on there called "Eye to Eye." It's a radio song. It's like I said, in my opinion, Fates Warning is the greatest prog metal band ever. Better than Dream Theater, better than Queensryche, you know. And they never they're like Rush. They went through changes. They started
Mm.
out like Iron Maiden, Night Unbroken, Spectre Within. That's where my memories going. Waken the Guardian. Those three albums were straight up old school classic, new Wobbin, Maiden, progressive metal with John Arch, a high screamer, you know, like Dickinson. Then Ray Alder comes in, who's a screamer, but has a lot of feel and
Right.
almost soul to his voice. They do the greatest progressive album of all time, a concept album called No Exit. Then they did an album called Perfect Symmetry, and they were rising up. They were getting there. They were on MTV. And
What
then
happened? I'm kidding.
Wells out
What
1990,
happened?
and then you know it would be like up next, Fates Warning, Eye
I
to Eye,
know.
and then here's a band from Seattle called Nirvana. Check it out, Teen Spirit, and it's like, okay, I just saw Eye to Eye. I'm not getting this, and then all of a sudden, you know, sound like a broken record. And they continue to make albums through the '90s, and they continue to tour now. But by Pleasant Shade of Grey in 1997 is the last album that they made. I think that was like really good. And then you know
Right.
they got a new bass player. My favorite bass player, Joe DeBias, or the BC. I don't know how to say his last name. I think is one of the greatest prog rock bass players ever. I'm going on a tangent, but he left. They got another great bass player, Joey Vera, who was from another heavy metal band called Armored Saint. But after that, I didn't like anything that they did. You know, it didn't resonate with me. By 2000, they were kind of like just a touring band. You know, and then they did some stuff recently in the past 10 years that was good, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
they should be bigger. I don't know. Just a rant and rave. Listen to Fate's Warning, kids, and you know who you are, the youngsters. Listen to Fate's Warning. Go out and out. It's
Yeah, I was gonna
hard.
say, listen to your Uncle Cheech.
Listen to Uncle Cheech and listen. Go get you know Perfect Symmetry by Fate's
Well, I
Warning.
was gonna say, which album must listen to by Fates Warning?
No Exit.
No
And
Exit.
John Paul Sartier. I don't know if you ever heard of that guy. You know,
The
so
Philosopher?
just kidding. Yeah,
No. John Paul Sartre? No.
heard of that
That's
guy?
amazing. That's amazing.
It's from a movie, No Exit. From what I read, but I could be wrong. But I think that's the influence, and it would be because Jim Matthias, the genius of Fate's Warning, is like Neil Peart. He's friggin' well read, a musical genius, a lyrical genius. So just like Ray, the singer. I could go on. We could do a whole show on Fate's Warning. I mean, it would just be, you know. So I'm actually friends with a couple of the guys from the band, and I'm just like, oh my god, I'm friends with my
Maybe future episode is that album.
yeah.
Album dive
No,
in and review.
no Exit would be a good one because it's prog. It's 2112 prog metal. What it is, you know. I mean, to compare it to Operation Mindcrime wouldn't be fair.
Mm.
It's a little bit heavier. I think it's better in my opinion. I think it's better than Operation Mindcrime.
Right.
Anybody in the comments is who's better, Fate's Warning or Queensryche, and like Queensryche is still playing. They're out there. They have a different singer, and to me, without Jeff Tate, it's very hard to listen to Queensryche. The singer's great that they got now, but Jeff Tate has that baritone to the high. At least Ray Alder's been in Fate's Warning since 1988. It's a pretty long time, you know. So, but yeah, I could go on for ages about Fate's
So
Warning.
future episode, we're gonna do one on No Exit.
Yep, No Exit by
And
Fate's
look at that album. I think it's gonna be the future episode idea. So Cheech, got to start writing.
Warning. Yep. But on that note, so just say it was a great day. We I think we did. This might have been a marathon for us. We started at 1 o'clock.
If I didn't have to go and do my weekly visit to the temple, I think we could have gone a little longer. But yeah, man,
5 o'clock. You got to be there. No, 5.
5:30.
Okay. Yeah, and it was we did 4 hours. Did we do 4 hours today?
About.
Oh my god!
And we had that Judas interruption for like a little bit.
Half of our hours at the temple, practically. And once again, I didn't bring it up in the beginning. It's a sad day. Pope Francis passes away the day after Easter. I mean, that's and a lot of people said that he forced himself to do the masses just to do the Easter. So the question is, who will be the next?
Yeah.
Will it be the man who closes churches?
The man. And it's funny, we'll be providing updates because this is real life.
Yeah. Will it be the man who closes churches in New York? We won't say his name.
Tis, tis, tis.
You never close a church.
No.
You don't? To me,
no, dude, it's like somebody that closes orphanages. Like, come on, man. Like,
to me, to get into religion, you're religious. I'm religious. You don't close churches, even if there's two people that go there. It's about money. Now you're getting into money. It's about how much revenue is the church making. Well, yeah, it has to make money to pay the electricity, obviously, right? But still, And what was my second point? You don't get rid of priests that people love.
That's weird. That's weird.
You don't ship out priests because of their whatever order, and ship it out. I think those are the two mistakes. I mean, I could be wrong. This is what I've read and was told. But he might be like you said, voted in to be a pope. So. But other than that, he's done a lot of good stuff. We didn't say his name, right? I don't want to say his name.
No. Don't say his name just in case.
But people who are religious will know who we're talking about. But yeah, he's obviously doing something good. But you need you need young blood. I think that's going to be open-minded. Like Francis, I loved him because he went. He tried to be Saint Francis. That was his idol, I think that's who he's role model, and that's what I loved about the guy: his openness, his open mind. He wasn't closed-minded, and that turns off a lot of people from the church. The closed-minded, and he kind of brought people. I think he brought people back, right, to the church.
I would agree. Yeah.
He was kind of like a band who came back and did old school, but he kept it new school. I just always fascinated, like, who do they pick, or is it planned? Is it already planned? And the most interesting pope was the one before John Paul II, the guy who got murdered. I forget his name. The guy who had glasses. Way before your time. It was like in 1980. I remember he was a big deal at my church, Holy Rosary, and he came in and he was the new pope, and then he died. He got assassinated. And then John Paul II came in, who was a great pope, I think. Very sweet guy,
Yeah.
see who the Pope.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll be providing live updates on our future episodes.
You could go
But
into Caesar Butler lyrics. Do you want to see the Pope at the end of the rope? Do you think he's a fool? God, I mean, just hearing that and looking at Travis going, this is pure satanic. But it
way
was
too funny.
the lyric is not about that. He's asking a question.
No, it's far from it. Yeah,
You know, he's asking you that question, a horrible question, but it's genius lyric. You know, to ask somebody that question.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you know. But anyway, man, great afternoon of the band, Bob
Yeah.
Dylan, us chatting away about some other fun stuff. You know, and you always being my therapist. Thank you. I get telling you my problems.
Anytime, man. Anytime. I want to use my degree for good.
You use it on me for the rest of your life.
A lifetime client, brother. I love it.
Yep. But on that note, great episode, and we'll probably be doing the band. And have a good one, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. This is Cheech and Manny from the Cheech and Manny Music Show, the People's Podcast. Cheech, always a pleasure, brother. And until the next one. Till the next one.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.